There we go. That's what I'm looking for. All right. Let's see here. Now, make sure. Oh, oh. Make sure that's going. All right. Now, let's see here. Check my lineups. I don't know if I've got any that are live. I do not. All right. It's football. Well, that's what I keep getting screamed anytime I mess up. It's not football, it's soccer. Get it right. Rangers Celtics tomorrow. If if I have access to it, I don't mind that. Like that'd be fun. Now, if you want to take and join to watch longer, which I'm sure a lot of folks, whoever's joins, is probably watching on your own screens and stuff like that. If you're not, click the Discord link that's in the description. Also, whoa, that's not what I want. Okay. Let's see, create an invite. Oh, Laz, I'm guessing that's you talking. I'm about to mute your ass. Where did the Discord go? Let's see. Missions. All right, that should be good for that. So how's everybody doing this morning? I had to hear for anybody that taking pin that. There we go. And Fulham took and scored earlier on that was a nice little breakaway goal that they had there. Yeah, I'm a Liverpool fan as well. Which my hat must be over at by the bed. I'm a Liverpool fan as well. We'll be taking and actually doing a watch along for their game tomorrow versus Arsenal. But for today, we're gonna take and do watch alongs for Chelsea versus Fulham. I believe it's Wolverhampton versus Everton's next, and then we're gonna take and do a watch along as well for college football for Texas and what do you call it? Texas and Ohio State. So just a way for us to kind of just chit chat and stuff, man. No. Football is a fucking British term. Association football, soccer. That's something y'all come up with. Don't blame that shit on us. We just copied. Don't get mad at us whenever we call it soccer. That's y'all's term, not ours. So, no. Stop. What are you doing? Over here burping. You heard that in the background, my daughter burping. Hey, I know El Doof. Thank you, homie. Much appreciated. Much love, homie. El Doof with the 10-pound bomb there. Yeah, you're a Man U fan. It's funny. I've got a couple of players in my FanDuel and DraftKings lineups from Man U. So I know for the yeah, I've got Bruno Fernando, and I thought I had another one, but no, I've got him in one of my lineups because they're playing what yeah, Burnley. If you hear anything in the background, my youngin is awake, so it's y'all might never call it football now, M3, but the term soccer originated in the UK. It's actually an English term for it's association football. It's soccer. So y'all might not use it now, but that is your term, not ours. We just stole it. So West Ham's next game tomorrow. Or are they that bad or something like that? Let me pull up the standings. Oh, did they take and negate the Fulham goal? Oh wow, that was a beautiful little. Nah, you're good. You're good, Laz. You're good. Let's see. Oh yeah, West Ham's bottom of the. Ooh, -7 point. -7 points. So they've had 7 goals scored against them. How the hell? Woo, great googly moogly. Which I mean to be fair, let's see. We got Chelsea and Fulham. They're what 4th and 9th in standings. And then the next game is the Wolves versus Everton, which is the Wolves are 19th. So I've got the game going on. I've got it. I'm taking and actually sharing it in my Discord. So that way, like I don't take and get any strikes or anything like that. So if you want to take and view the game that way, I've got it on in my Discord. So that way, anybody who wants to watch along is more than welcome to watch along in that manner. This is just if you're watching, let's take and chit chat and hang out, basically. Yeah. Well, if you don't mute yourself, if you join the Discord through the link, I'll mute you for myself. So. And this is definitely just seriously just basically hanging out, shooting the shit, and like anytime that we got a free kick from Chelsea here. So anytime we got scores and stuff like that, but we'll talk sports or whatever else y'all want to take and talk. This is just I want it to be kind of like being with your buddy, just kind of hanging out, shooting the shit while you're watching the game. The Fulham's player there, I mean, that was he didn't pass it. He just kind of like slide, like he tried tackling the ball. Yeah, that free kick was awful. Rory, what's up, homie? I'm doing good, man. Just sitting here chilling and chatting. Damn, I'm looking forward now. I'm looking forward to seeing how this game winds up going. We're almost at what? It's almost at the halfway mark here because we're 40 minutes in, and I gotta lay this shit start on this. Um, oh, surprised with the player that got knocked down didn't take and flop a little bit. That seems to be a big thing. It's still flopping. I think LeBron James watches the Premier League to take and learn how to flop better during the NBA matches. Nottingham Forest would be a good fit for him. Now, at some point in time, we're gonna have to take and do some kind of watch along for um, some cricket, and I'll have to. We'll have to try to be on the same page, and y'all can kind of explain what the hell's going on because I've got access to some cricket now and through Willow TV. That's one of the things while I've been gaming and stuff, I've had it on kind of in the background, and I'll watch, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, he hit the ball to the perimeter, but didn't run, but they give him four. Like, I don't understand that part of it. Got a corner kick here for Chelsea. Let's see if they can do anything. See if they can get anything again before supposed to go into goal, not over it. Oh, I know, Laz. I know. A dumpster fire the world needs. That kind of pairing, eh? Save energy? I mean, that kind of makes sense. I mean, if you're going to take and be awarded 4 runs anyways, no need to run, right? The other thing is really cool I've been having access to is AFL, not only men's, but also women's. So you speak for all the Scots that cricket is shite? I mean, I've seen that comment quite a bit from different folks, and I've got a whole ton of folks that are also like, "Oh, you got to watch this, you got to watch that," and swing bowling, and I'm like, overwhelming. Chelsea seems to like this go around like they've only got the four. It's like 4 people back there defending. Every other time they've got half the team on the backside where their goal is at defending. But those 4 just now they just stopped it. Players get lunch and tea. I mean, it sounds like a fun time, to be honest with you. Here, let me mute myself in there as well. There we go. Now it should only be just for YouTube. Played Denmark on Friday. What, in cricket? Daniel, cheers, homie. I hope you're having a good vacation down there in Florida. Hope you're enjoying your time with your dad down there, man. It's good. It's always good to have family time. See parents. A gentleman's game. Rugby is the same but rougher. I don't know. We've watched some rugby. Like the gentleman's agreement has to be: I can knock your block off during the match, but we'll take and shake hands afterwards, because it doesn't seem very gentlemanly. Okay. I got you. Jurassic Park with more old people. Yeah, y'all got the iguanas down there. Yeah, iguanas. Y'all got gators, crocodiles. Y'all got big old pythons and anacondas. It's changed a little bit since last time I was down in Florida. I'll tell you that right now. The guy that's officiating this match, he's officiated quite a few of the matches I've watched for the Premier League. I'm guessing the Premier League has their own set of referees. It's like I can watch SEC football games or even Big Ten football games, and it's kind of the same way. you get to you see kind of the same referees from game to game depending on the team. Marja, where the fuck did Trump come to anything in this? Like, seriously. Like, I'm so tired of seeing political bullshit within the comments on my stuff whenever it's not warranted. Whether it be Trump or whether it be whatever's happening over there. Like this is a no politics zone. No Trump, no politics whatsoever. Like we all got dumb shit that's happening in our respective countries. But nobody said anything about it. So why even bring it up? It's tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern. I might wind up having to take and put it open to the public because it's just like 4 teams right now or 4 managers. So I might have to take and actually make it. Yeah, exactly, Rory. There's no need for politics. Like we haven't talked it. I haven't asked for it. I don't want it. Like just as the political shit that's been bleeding into my comments in the last year and a half has me not want to fucking record any kind of fucking reactions lately. Like it's like that. I will. I'll take and hit you up on Instagram, homie. Swallows a clock. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I'm running a fantasy league for the NFL plus one. I put a link up in a post yesterday for Premier League as well. Well, Arsenal's at the top of the standings at the moment. I mean, they've got a strong team. Right. All right. No more Trump shit. No more politics shit. Right, or you get booted. Like I'm fucking. Like I just said, no fucking politics. It's that. Like seriously. That's the reason why y'all haven't seen any fucking reactions on the channel. Because there's at least 4 or 5 idiots that take bring Trump up or something to do with politics. Whenever it's not fucking warranted. I'm tired of it. I see anything else politics, you're getting booted. Simple as that. Tend to choke after Christmas. 3 shops full of. I need to take and get to our Warhammer shop that's local to me so I can take a look at it. There's a couple hobby shops around here that have it, but and not that kind of fantasy league there, lass. Corner kick for Fulham now. The 8 minutes of added time before the half. Cheers, Nigel. There he is. Cheers, homie. Much love, man. Appreciate it. Greatly appreciated. Warhammer shops in the 90s. You haven't seen. So are they going by the wayside there? Now, they're based out of what? Scotland, if I'm not mistaken, right? See, here it's crazy because I would say this is a redneck area I'm in, and it used to be a much more redneck area, even the towns and cities and stuff, but we've had so many people moving into the area in the last 15, 20 years. I've seen more hobby type shops with like models and paints and stuff like that. And I've seen more shops that sell Pokemon cards and other card games like that than I've seen just about anything else. We used to have a really big sports card. We'd have 5 or 6 sports card shops. Now it's not sports cards. It's all hobby type shops like that. We've got a Games Workshop store in a town about 40 minutes away from me. 30 minutes depending on which route I take. But yeah, normally about 40 minutes away. We got a Games Workshop there, an actual like Games Workshop store. Let's see, can anybody get a score here? Oh. What up, Beaky? Yeah, I like now. See, I never played first edition D&D. I've played third edition and I've played fifth edition. I like D&D. I wish there was more done, and I had to take and look it up a couple weeks ago, but I didn't realize they had refreshed the rule book and I think settings and stuff like that for Vampire the Masquerade. And I played a shit ton of that. Now, if I'm not mistaken, White Wolf shut down, and I think most of their IPs took and got bought out by somebody else. Another one I played was Exalted. Exalted. I love stuff like that. The tabletop role playing. No, if I go to normal, if I go like the route that most people go is definitely about a 40-minute ride. But if I take like the back way, I can get there about 35 minutes. Now, if I want to take and haul ass, probably about 25. Jack Reacher. It's not a paladin you wanted to fuck with then. Dude, that's I've not played RuneQuest. I remember I've got a friend who's actually my wife's cousin now, but uh her parents played RuneQuest. They had side by side computers, and both of them had like massive RuneQuest accounts. Like both of them would get off of work, they'd go home, they'd cook dinner, they'd eat, and they'd sit down and they'd play RuneQuest together. Shit. Chelsea gonna take and looks like at the moment, if it stands, they'll be heading into the half with a 1-0 lead. It's frozen. Hold on, let me. That might be your side, Laz. It's still showing as playing on my side, and I could be wrong, but I mean it's showing on my side that the match is still playing. Yeah, it's. Ooh, that's perfect position too for that header. Oh, so it is confirmed 1-0. 1-0 at halftime. I thought Fulham, like it was a nice little clear out early. And I say clear out, it was a nice little breakout earlier, and I don't know if somebody was offsides or something, or why the goal was taken, but it looked like it was a really nice play. I thought Fulham was up earlier 1-0, but apparently not. The fuck is VAR? That's a term I don't think I've ever seen. Oh, video assistant referee. Oh, we need that in the NFL and college football. Which I say that we have kind of something like that in both. We have like they take and review plays, scoring plays especially. There's been a couple of times that things have been overturned for catches and like crossing the goal line, but that's that's actually something that I think is needed because there's too many plays that's happened in the past, at least our side of things, to where it's like, huh, that should have been a goal, or that should have been a catch, or that shouldn't have been a goal, or that shouldn't have been a catch. What? Voluptuous assault rifle. I'm an American. You can't be talking stuff like that. It turned me on. Needed for correct decision. Stops all the diving and play acting. Yeah, I mean, I could see the reason why. Like that'd be a really good thing. I mean, there's always going to be a human element, but you can take away error as much as possible by having something like the video assisted referee. Like that could take out. Oh yeah, no, he was offsides, or no, he wasn't offsides. Like you know, so that makes a ton of. What the hell just happened? My shit just crashed. About to say what happened there. So I understand that the concern of it slowing down the game, but would you rather have someone actually have a goal because it corrected a call of maybe offside or something, or you know, I'd rather take and have things be accurate than worry about an extra 2 minutes. You already get extra time that's added to the game as it stands. What's another minute or two during the course of the match to ensure that the play is properly called? I mean, I would rather have that be the case. Cheers, Alex. Causes more air. Well, then that means y'all need to take and still y'all need to work out some kinks apparently. Yeah, play devil's advocate. That's I mean, well, apparently the goal was stopped from Fulham because of I guess a flop or injury. Hear the conversation between the ref and video assistant. I think across all, I don't care whoever, whatever sport uses Kendall, baby, Kendall, calm down some. I think whatever sport uses video assistance, I think there should be broadcast where everybody should be able to take and hear the conversation between the refs that are on the field and the people that are actually doing the watching to ensure that hey, this was yes or this was no. That should definitely be a thing. Like that, rugby is doing that right now. I think the NFL would and college football as well would. Major League Baseball is going to be taking and doing it next year for the strike zone. Thank God, finally. Um, but I do think that's something that should be done regardless if you have like any kind of video referencing for decision making. Sort of adopt such things in rugby. Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of sports that you're going to take a hat that's had kickback against, like Major League Baseball has been resisting electronic umps, and you wouldn't completely do away with the umps that are on the field, but as far as for the for the goal of making sure you have accurate calling for balls and strikes and whether something is hit properly to take and be counted as a home run by it going if it hits like the top or did it hit just below the top of the wall. If it hit the top of the wall, that's the home run or whatever. So stuff like that is very much it only helps in my opinion. Granted, something like baseball, it's always been human error for balls and strikes, but some of these calls are so just absolute, just awful. You shouldn't be able to take and expand the strike zone by 6 inches to either side in the top and bottom. I just sorry if you're calling that a strike or if you're calling something that's inside the strike zone, if you're not calling it and it's a ball under you, well then it should be reviewed because then you're messing with the integrity of the game. And it's the same thing with like I think football, at least NFL and college football, and apparently they think so in the Premier League as well. Like ensuring that these calls are possibly right. So we've got a lot of no VAR in '66. England was grateful. None in 2010. They were fuming. Yoda, cheers to you, homie. Are you out on the lake somewhere today, or you just at the house chilling with the fam? So many typos your head. No, you're good. Illuminati is a brilliant game. Is that like a RPG type game? TTP, what? Notice Yoda, the college football isn't on yet. That doesn't start till 12, and the live stream's going to take and go. Should it, barring anything crazy happening, my plan is to take and stream all the way through the Texas versus Oklahoma, Ohio State game, and the actual name of the stream will change every game that we go because the next game is Wolves versus Everton, or Wolverhampton versus Everton. Taking watch along on that too. Why not? I've got it all taken in. If anybody wants to actually watch along and they don't have it on their TV, they can take and go to my Discord because I've got it. I've got everything. It's a watch along. So rugby crowds are much more friendly and less tribal, better atmosphere. Change your thumbnail. It's COD. Yeah, I need to change something, don't I? Let's see. No, no. It's the college football game. The way it differs from Madden is it's basically you just play as you can actually play as your favorite college. So you can like for dynasty mode on that you can build the college up through recruiting and stuff like that, the transfer portal. Whereas Madden, it's just NFL teams and you take and do trades and stuff like that. Which technically, the transfer portal with the college football and the NIL stuff has made college football kind of like the NFL because you don't trade, but players can transfer, which is kind of like trades. It's kind of confusing. at the moment, they don't have it like they used to, where you could actually, whenever EA had both the college football and Madden, where you could actually export for draft class for Madden. I want them to return that, but all right, 1 second. So edit, customization, cancel. All right, let me go to my studio, content, live. There we go. Let's do this. Change downloads. Oh, now I got to take and jump through hoops with this. All right, because the file size was too big. All right, let's see. All right. Take and make this change on the fly here. Take and do the. Make myself a little. What the hell? Make myself a thumbnail. Let's see. Open. Shit. Shit. Downloads. All right. Pictures. Bring this up. Do. I need to start pimping my talents out as an editor for folks, whether it be for thumbnails or just overall editing for videos and stuff. Let's see. Where did it go? Kendall, what are you talking about? If y'all hear anything in the background, my kiddo and my wifey are. My wifey's asleep. My kid's in the background playing Roblox. Anchor. All right, let me do this. Let me bring myself down a little bit. Do this. Display. There we go. So y'all can kind of see what I'm doing at the moment. Now let's do this. Now, Open. Oh, and we got the game back on. Alright, let's see. TUVW. I'm getting too old when I gotta remind myself of the fucking alphabet. The fuck? That's embarrassing. Now, where did I put that? Did I not? Okay. Pictures. Bring that down this way. And this is just for a quick fix. So that way I got something for all 3 games that I'm going to be taking and doing the streaming for. Convert. Do this. Copy. Paste. Scale. Make a layer. Now let's do this. I think this might be the best one. Sporting news. I look for stuff that like doesn't have any identifying logos, as far as like sporting news and stuff like that. Got one over there, Fox News. That'll work. All right, now pictures. There we go. Open. Do. I forget sometimes that like it doesn't automatically show up in pictures. I got to take a switch from pictures, documents, and back to pictures. There we go. So I can grab this bit of it. And we'll put this at the top. Let's specify next time. Because not even gonna lie, this background right here, that's AI generated from ChatGPT. It's something quick though. I didn't have to take no time to actually like, oh, let me do piss on that. I'm already in the middle of a live stream, so. All right. Export. Now. Change. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There we go. That works. All right. So All right, there we go. Y'all got to see a little bit of the process there behind the scenes, what happens before. You son of a bitch. Need this. And that. There we go. All right. There we go. My apologies. Pre-order. I'm not sure if I'm going to take and buy Black Ops 7. As it stands right now, I haven't played Warzone in probably a week at this point. I've been playing Delta Force. I've been having fun with that. Bri, what's up, homie? Yeah, she's asleep after and she went to bed kind of early last night. She went to bed before 11. She fell asleep to Ozark, but yeah, thanks for the super chat, homie. That's what I was hoping, Yoda. It's funny because I used Chat GPT. I said I need a sports watch along thumbnail for YouTube. I should have said sports thumbnail for a sports thumbnail watch along for college football and Premier League games, so that way I could have at least gotten soccer ball and a football. But, you know, whatever. You work with what you got. Trying to popularize cricket in the US. That would be interesting to see. I think if Americans can come around right now, I think the fastest growing sport in America is lacrosse. And you got a helmet, you got gloves, you got a stick with a net on the end of it, and you got to get it into a net around a person who plays I guess a goalie position. I don't. That's another sport that with the Bruise Q in sports that we're going to be taking a look at because I ain't got a fucking clue, and it just looks like a rich man sport to me. Basically, it's like what the hell are we? I'll be honest with you. It kind of looks like they've taken a native sport and then tried to make it a rich man's game. So there's that. But so for those of you all that didn't make it to the I was checking on a handball. So I can see what you mean. Maybe that's not a hand. That's an elbow ball. Anyways, Virginia, and it didn't go well. So I don't know how many of y'all took and watched the last video on the channel, but the whole Bruise Q in sports, as well as the upcoming original content I have planned for the channel. Like, we're not going to stop doing reactions. Everything I do springs from the reactions, right? Except for the Bruise Q in sports. That's just me. It's basically full circling everything because I started on YouTube doing beer reviews. But I'm going to be honest with you. That whole diatribe I had earlier to the people talking about, like, don't bring in politics. That's one of the massive reasons why I'm going to start doing more of the original content. I don't know if it's just temperature of the world. I don't know if it's temperature of the UK and the US right now or what have you, but it's damn near pretty much every video has something to take and do. It has commentary on Trump this, or I'll see migrants, or I'll see our government's going to shit, or fuck the American. Like, it's happening so much now. Like, even if there's 500 comments, 20% of them will wind up being that, whether they're hidden or I have, or they come through and I don't heart them or anything like that. But I'm getting tired of it. And after 2 years, bro, it's damn Chelsea, bruh. Chelsea up 2-0. So not only does Chelsea score before going into the half, but now they've scored 10 minutes into the second half. And I think that's part of it too, Alex. I also think, to be honest with you, what the hell? I also think, to be honest with you, I think there's a lot of people on y'all's side of the pond who are very unhappy not only with how our political situation has went, but also what's currently going on in your own country. And is bleeding through more and more in the comment section on my videos. And it's like I try not to take and bring anything. And it doesn't always work. Like I've talked some political stuff, but it's always been in response to what's going on in the video or what's being talked about in the video. But I have noticed that due to commentary, I have started explaining myself more on stuff, and it's just, bro, reactions are supposed to be reactions. It's supposed to be like one of the most. You watch it to take an, if you're like, oh, I like that he liked the video that I like, right? It's either supposed to be that or, oh wow, he reacted to this. I've not. I learned something new. Like that's supposed to be the point of the reaction. And whenever it's no longer getting to be that way for me or the audience, I've got a wealth of stuff that I can build off of. Like I've reacted to so much culture and looked at so much stuff, whether it be like y'all's dishes and stuff like that. Like I can take and do cooking. Like I can I've got 8 dishes that I'm going to be cooking, and that's going to be an entire series. I've looked at quite a few Warhammer videos. I'm going to be taking and building an army. I've got videos taken in where I've looked at the infrastructure that y'all have there between your walkability, your like, and just how much easier it is to travel over there, whether it be UK specific or Europe. And I can take a look at that and build off of that and do a hybrid reactions, looking at y'all's you know infrastructure, whether it be taking and clipping in old reaction pieces or looking at new videos and clipping in reactions of that, while I take and look at the public bus system like in Charleston and maybe like Atlanta or something like that. Take something like Greyhound from Charleston to maybe New York. Take the train from like Charleston, like, because we have these systems in place, but they don't work quite as efficiently as they do over there. There's stuff like that I can always take and look at and build off of from the reactions to kind of try to mitigate some of the stuff and to also just give me some better ground to take and go forward. You know what I mean? But that's kind of the reason why, uh, like y'all are going to start seeing more and more original content on the channel. I'll still be doing reactions, but it's going to be just comedy or just culture, basically. So Chelsea are dark horses for the title. I mean, they're hella talented for sure. But yeah, we won't get too much into it, Alex, because I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, there's only so much that can be explained without someone experiencing firsthand, right? It'd be the same way for me trying to take and go through and react to a video on the politics of what's happening in your country right now. I can look at both sides of an issue, but unless I experience firsthand and have experienced it for years on end, I'm not going to understand the complexities or the nuances happening within it, whether it be the people that exist within what's going on or the mindset of what's going on from of folks that have some of the mindsets. So outside of that, like there's only so much that can be explained to someone on the outside. Bro, he just tackled, like, he pushed home dude down. What the hell? Ain't gonna smile about it. Yeah. What can you do? You push him to the ground basically there. You look like you tackled his ass. So the question is, does Chelsea add on to? Oh, bro, that would have been an opportunity and a half right there. No, it's not. All right, so that's a yes and no, Alex. The problem is, and this is where, like, I don't want to make this about this. This is a sports fucking stream. I don't want to make this about politics whatsoever. But that whole American problem, and you don't think Europeans have an American problem in the sense of regular people. That's a yes and no. And the reason why it's a yes and no is because of who's in power. Because people can't take and wrap their head around that not everybody that voted for the motherfucker that's in power is on the MAGA side of things. They just thought he was the better candidate than the person who was appointed, not voted on, by the Democrats. That's a part of the conversation that most folks can't wrap their head around. And no, it's either you're MAGA or you're Democrat, and it just doesn't fucking work that way. So people automatically go, "Oh, you voted for Trump. You're a fucking idiot," without taking and looking into any part of anything or understanding the nuance of what's happened this last election in totalitarian in to, in total. All they hear is you voted for Trump, and they automatically go MAGA, and it's just not the fucking case. So no, I disagree with that because there's nuance to that. Because most people go, "Oh, you voted Trump, you're MAGA," and it's no, that's not how that worked. 80% of the fucking time. So, the NFL drafted the worst teams instead of getting knocked down to like Arena Football League or USFL. They take and get the first pick of the draft for the amateurs that are coming or the kids that were in college coming out. So they get the pick of the litter. Like the first 10 or 15 picks, like you can get some generationally good talent there. Now you can in later picks and later rounds past the first round as well. But if you suck and you had a horrible, horrible, horrible record, well, you can pick the pundits and who the analysts and your own scouts think is the best player of the draft. So, yes, politics, legalized criminality. That's exactly what it is. No, here in the NFL, if you're shit, you definitely like they're not going to penalize you further. They figure, well, we got these players coming out of college. You get the pick of the litter. You get the first pick of the draft, and then first pick of the every round, unless you've made trades and fucked yourself even more, which happens quite often. You have a team that's like 2-14, or now it's 2-15, worst record in the league, and they've made trades in the past. And now they don't have a draft pick until like the third round of the draft. So they're like, they're gonna suck even worse. So they don't have to be given any favors. They can fuck themselves over quite hard. Let's see if Fulham can actually, at least make the scoreboard look a little better for their side of things. We got. I don't know. Fulham seems to be. Yeah, Chelsea back over here trying to take and find an opening somewhere. Oh, that would have been a nice little attempt right there. Their owner is what happened to them. Their owner is he likes dabbling too much. He likes being the GM instead of hiring someone who knows what they're doing as a GM. So he's made moves and let people go that just doesn't make any sense. So they're extremely famous still, but they're perennial disappointments, if that makes sense. College football. Why did see? I keep getting. I'm gonna have to. Ah, that's not good. All right. So previous vid question on college football: are these public or are they working as private enterprises? No, they're public colleges. Actually, like University of Alabama, Auburn University, like they're all like state-run universities. Now, there's a few like the Ivy League and Notre Dame. They're actual like private colleges themselves. But for the most, it's public colleges that are actually funded and run by the state. So, if I can find access to it, I'd love to. Like if I can find it on either YouTube TV or my or if Peacock has access to it or something like that, I'm game. As it stands right now, I know of, we're at least going to be doing a watch along for Liverpool and Arsenal. So we got the 49ers they do a lot better than what the Cowboys have been doing lately, and the Bulls are just well. The Bulls are definitely they're in transition. Like that since Jordan retired, they haven't really had anything happen for them. And we got what's up, Captain? Cheers to you, homie. Hopefully everything's good on your side, man. Watch alongs are the future. Well, it's a good chance to take and just hang out with the community, which I need to take and do. I should have been doing more of anyways, but at least this way they can have something up on their screen so they don't just have to hear me, jibber jabbering, but we can have conversation all the same. Yeah, exactly, Alex. And that's my thing, right? That's my thing. Like, I I tried doing this on Kick and actually having a game on stream, but they're like, no, you're not doing that. So I said, okay. They're like, this is DMCA content. We're gonna take it down. Oh, okay. The game guarantees rage no matter the outcome. Both have problems, toxic fun. Yeah, I know it's a quite a rivalry. There's been a quite a bit of interesting stuff happened. So I know uh like I've taken a look at it at the rivalry. React to I think I know at least one I know I've looked at one video on the rivalry and I've gotten all from uh it's worse than what they've put in the video and others like, oh, that's complete shite. You've got pockets of people, but it's for the most part. So yeah, when you've got two different sections of fan base, two different sections of people going, oh yeah, it's way fucking worse, or that's horseshit. There's somewhere in the middle is where the truth lies. Yeah, and if I can find them, I'll definitely do it. Like I think that'll be at the very least for the people that might take and come in to chit chat. Because I'll take and do like I'm doing right now. Take and click on the Discord link, and if we'll take and like watching with a buddy. Yeah, thanks for stopping in, Captain. I'll have to I have to do a regular. Oh, Captain, if I've got a Premier League thing, so if you want to take and join that, like I've got to post with a join code. Take and do the same thing you did last season. We're just starting what 3 game weeks late. So we've still got, even after this, we'll have about 30 minutes of downtime between the next game. Oh, bit of back and forth here. Chelsea has been over on Fulham's side a lot more than what Fulham seems to have been over on Chelsea's side. All right, real quick, I gotta go get something to drink. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. All right, so I'll tell you one thing. It'd be cool to see the NFL do. Now I know it wouldn't work just because of how everything's already situated, but like if the NFL had like youth squads like y'all got over there for the main clubs and stuff like that, players that have talent they can develop, and then just sign to the club after they're over, um, you know, out of college. Marja, I actually need to take and watch. I've been told. Let's see. What in the world? Oh, okay. I've been told I need to take and not for the NFL, no. And actually, I don't even know if like the MLS here. I don't think they've got like that'd be something they could probably possibly do, but now apparently the MLS has MLS Next, and it's elite invite only player development pathway with 133 clubs across the U.S. and Canada, but it's different than the Premier League's academy system. NFL, if they had something like that, it would definitely you'd see a lot more players, a lot. I think a lot fewer elite players in college, or by the time they hit college, you'd have a lot less variance because you'd already know what squads, basic or what team they're going to. But on the opposite side of that, if they, you know, do that, try to develop a player, and then things don't work out the way they want, that's a whole lot of money they've taken and put into someone. Well, for the NFL, it's strictly just through college drafting. Like you, once players taking hits junior or seniors in college, if they want to enter the draft because they're talented enough, that's what happens. Otherwise, they take and go work regular jobs like uh, mechanics and doctors and mechanical engineers and shit. Yoda, did you see that Micah Parsons got traded from the Cowboys to the Packers? 2 first rounds and a player, but Green Bay is never they're never going to take and have a top 15 pick for the most part. So those 2 first round picks feel kind of maybe it should have been 3 or 4 because dude's way too talented. Wait, what the hell? Paul Gass tried to talk down a murderer with lager, chicken, and fishing poles. I mean, there's a lot of problems that could be solved with lager, chicken, and fishing poles. Just saying. Especially if it's fried chicken. I mean, you offer me fried chicken, lager, and fishing poles and a spot to go fishing while I'm pissed off. I won't be pissed off no more. Just saying. Hell, you might get written into a will. You do something like that. So I think that's. Are they checking to see if that's a handball yet again? Like this is like the third stoppage for the handball. Newcastle Brown Ale. That's the OG. Like that was my first ever brown ale I had, and I like that. You hate the ranking system in college; it needs to go away. I mean, the thing about it is, I mean, how else are you going to, crown the national champion? You got to have ranking. You're a Carolina fan though, so y'all are going to hate the rankings because it's never going to take and help y'all out. Now, I'll say this: they could do away with the ranking system and just do it by your placement within your conference, and then at the end of the season, have a final ranking from the playoffs and then whatever bowl games people got invited to. Fulham's down here on Chelsea side, and Chelsea's just like, yeah, no, y'all aren't. Wow, he got nice little push in the back there, but nothing. Yeah, Fulham trying to take and find an open lane down there on Chelsea side, and Chelsea just ain't having it. They're like, no, no. The New York Yankees, you have to basically live in New York or be from New York or uh, live in the Northeast within the New York, like New York, New Jersey area to be a fan of the New York Yankees. I think that, or just your parents rooted for them. Um, they're one of those iconic, mythical type teams over here. They had so much success from the beginning of Major League Baseball till now that it's yeah, I've got 2 monitors. That if you're outside of New York, yes, they're very much like Marmite. Inside of New York, it's more of it's more of that's who you're probably going to root for, unless you're a masochist and you want to take a root for the Mets, which is kind of like being a Jets fan. Oh yeah, I've got two monitors. Well, it's funny because whenever I'm recording, I've got two instances of OBS on the left hand screen over here, which is the one that I've got the game on. That's the reason why you see me keep looking over that way. And then on the screen that's in front of me, that's where I'm taking and watching the video that's being reacted to. So, yeah, they're very much like, I'm guessing Real Madrid takes and buys their teams. That's very much, if that's the case, it's very much the Yankees. They buy their teams. They've got a farm system where they develop talent from players that they've signed in the minor leagues, either from they drafted from high school or college, or signed off of international squads. But yeah, they very much they go into free agency and try to basically pay for their team. Hell yeah, Rory. South Korea. That sounds like that should be a good trip. There's a lot of hit. That's another thing on the channel. We're gonna start taking and delving into some Asian culture and history because it goes back so far, and there's so much cool, like so many cool. Like they got temples, and they've got not only temples, but they've also got like this. They've got statues over there, and like they've got so many cool things that you can see over there. But also the dynasties that have happened, whether it be China, whether it be Japan, Korea's got an interesting. They've got an interesting history. You got India, that's part of Asia as well. They go back, century millennia. So, like, we're gonna start taking and diving into Asian stuff as well, which will take and play into original content later down the road. But still, yeah, I don't think I'd be testing that theory there, Rory. You might not be able to take and go back to the south side. So, Air India sort their planes out. Are they Boeing planes by chance? DPRK radio. Crazy shit. What is it? A bunch of propaganda? Yeah, I seen that. I seen that. Yep, Boeing 787. Why am I not surprised? Boeing's had shit falling out of the sky for years now. Why the U.S. government doesn't take and be like, all right, you got to shut down operations so you get this shit squared away, I have no fucking clue. But it seems like that would be the proper thing to do. I'll be honest with you. If I'm ever able to make a trip to Japan, like I'd like to, I'm going to be honest with you. Outside of taking and seeing like some of the historical stuff there, it's very much going to be a technological and Pokemon centric visit. That and I do want to take and visit like the see some of the themed cafes they've got over there. I think that's a cool aspect of their culture because my understanding is the culture over there is a lot different than here. Like it's very much more. A lot of people are more work centric, basically. Buy some retro game. Yeah. Well, the thing is, Yoda, you go over there and the retro gaming, like, just imagine you better take it by like OG before America got it type systems. Yeah, I hear there's starting to be some blowback on like non-acceptance of foreigners over in the over in Japan. Like there's starting to be like, if you're not Japanese, you can't go here type places over there because there's been, I guess, they're trying to preserve the culture over there. But that's that's good to know. Which I think anybody that goes to a foreign country and you act like a dumbass, like if it, like you got all these streamers that are taking and going to places and they're just being absolute cunts, right? Oh, is it Johnny Somali? He's in what country is he? I think South Korea, and they're like, yeah, because of something he did, they're actually he's looking at like 30 years of fucking prison over there. Like, but you're seeing too many of these outrage streamers and these troll streamers do dumb shit like that. I don't think he is, but like I champion that type of shit. You go to somebody else's country and you act like a complete dumbass. Whatever they decide to do, man, I'm all for it. Yeah, exactly. Throw away the key. Like you're a visitor to somebody else, to another culture and another country, but you're gonna be a dumbass. Yeah, exactly. Throw away the fucking key. I have no sympathy what the fuck soever. Yeah, no, I don't see the other team doing anything either at this point. I don't know how much overage time they're going to take and have. It can't be too much, but we'll have 30 minutes between matches basically. Japan is the purest gene pool in history. Well, I mean, they were isolationists, like super isolationists for what, a, multiple centuries. Sell anything you could think of to buy as a souvenir. Huh? Yeah. How the fuck you gonna go somewhere and do something to monuments in another country that puts so much value on respect and reverence for some of the monuments that have spiritual significance to a lot of the people. Like not not even, and outside of that, they've got such historical significance. Like how are you going to do shit like that? Well, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, this in the 16th century, with the Portuguese missionaries basically went over there to Catholicize, they were myrtleized. It's funny, Marja. Variety is a spice of life. The tagline that I used to use from my channel when I started out especially, well, when I started doing the reactions, was variety is a spice of life. Hopefully, you can find some here. Uh, before just did be good to each other, love yourselves as my sign off. Exactly, Yoda. Well, could you imagine if he took and went to one of the countries that did caning as a fucking punishment? They need to bring stuff like that, but they need to do stuff like that here in public. Like you commit a crime, you get caned in public. Like you get 10 fucking lashes with a cane. And I don't know how if y'all know how that works, but they take along like bamboo cane and they put slits in it. So whenever it hits, it opens up and then basically grabs before it has a chance of taking it grabs your skin before it has a chance to come off your back, and it rips skin off. How are you going to take and not at least Google what some of the punishments can be for your stupidity when you go somewhere? Oh yeah, it kills people, and if it doesn't kill them, most people pass out from it. I have not watched Shogun. That's been on my list of things to watch for so long. I just have a real bad tendency to like, oh, that looks interesting, and then I think because I'm perpetually online so fucking much, watching YouTube series or uh, like the last couple things I've taken the time to actually sit and watch has been anime. I watched 70 episodes of Black Clover in a day and a half. So, no, I'm not doing any more. Why the fuck does this shit keep. Yeah, no, I'm not doing any more like shows on YouTube. It's just, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I love taking and doing reactions to TV shows, but unless I was taking start a channel specifically for TV shows, I there's no fucking chance in the world I'm gonna take and do reactions to it. Like as it stands, this coming week, I haven't recorded anything YouTube or Patreon wise for 3 weeks now. As it stands now, tomorrow evening, more than likely, I'm gonna start. Well, yeah, no, tomorrow evening I'm gonna start recording reactions specifically for Patreon, so I can finish out Ted Lasso. And in the next week and a half, I'm going to attempt to finish out after Ted Lasso, because I should be able to do that mostly in about a day and a half worth of recording. Vikings, and then finish Only Fools and Horses, so I can kind of consolidate and change the way I take and do my Patreon, because I don't want to do any more. My problem is I have a tendency of you do reactions for your main channel and then you do reactions for your Patreon, and it just burns you the fuck out. And it makes you not want to watch anything. Like I'll be honest with you, when I start going mostly, or when I start going switching and bringing in more and more original content, and we'll probably have 2 reactions a week on the channel. But it's basically going to be like a TV channel. Like you come for this day for this segment, you come this day for a reaction, you come the next day for this segment, the day after that for another segment, the day after that for a reaction, and the day after that for a segment. Like if I was to lose 70% of my subscribership, taking and doing what I'm planning on doing for content going forward, I'm fucking fine with it. Right? Because I want Saturdays to be, or Fridays. I say Fridays. More than likely to be Sundays will take and be Brews, Q, and Sports, and it'll be beer review, me either cooking something or being somewhere eating something, uh, testing out a restaurant that does like barbecue or something like that, or me eating something from an actual like sporting event. Like we've got a United, what's USL, I believe is United States Soccer League here. Yeah, United Soccer League. We got a team here on Daniel Island, the Charleston Battery, that take and play. And I'm later this month. I'm going to one of their games, and I'm gonna take and eat the food that's there at the stadium. I'm gonna take and do a video of the actual like atmosphere and stuff like that. And I might stop at one of the breweries down that way to take and review one of the beers, and that be the video for the most part. And then on the weekends, take and do the sports watch along streams. Um, and then I've got twice a week for at least a month. Here, the next couple of weeks, you're going to take and get 2 videos a week that'll be me cooking British food. And then you're going to take and probably a week or two after that starts, you're going to take and start seeing videos for me building a Warhammer 40K army. Like, this is going to be very much, you're going to have days that you come to the channel that you take and see basically shows. And that's going to be the goal going forward. You'll take and have maybe like a Tuesday comedy reaction and like a Thursday or something like that culture or history reaction. And I knew if I knew I could get away with it, you'd have at least one day's worth of a gaming stream or a gaming video with it. I'd take and have us find a way to do a storyline for like Delta Force or a game like that. Right? Like that would be literally, I want most of my content going forward being original content that, number one, either shows off me and my personality more, or it builds off of stuff we've looked at as a community here on the channel. Yeah, I don't think that Fulham's going to take and be able to mount any kind of anything. Chelsea's just been on the defense of everything. They haven't been able to get through, and the one time they did, it was nullified. So, well, see, the problem with that, Marge, is the fact that if I do what makes me happy, ain't nobody gonna watch that shit. And so, and I say that tongue in cheek. I know there will be people that actually watch to take and that'll want to watch, but I've already got an established community, so I might as well take and play as much as possible to that community, even if I take and work, even if that means working in some original content off of what we've looked at in the past. Patrol Nation doesn't. Gran Turismo 7. I had it on my PlayStation 5, but it shit to bed, and I've got to take and get either another PlayStation 5 or something. But I want to take and do that anyways, either a PlayStation or an Xbox, so I can play Major League Baseball and college football. Yeah, it bit the dust. It died. And what it is, I think it's a power supply issue. But it's like 6 years. I say 6 years old. I got it 2 months after the PS5 come out. So about what, 4 years old, 3 years old, something like that.
4. It's 4 years old.
My kiddo's over here going, it's 4 years old.
4. Not 5. 4.
Well, excuse me, kid. My apologies. All right, let me see. What else we got? Ooh. So Sunderland and Brentford. Let me see. Let's see. Sports. All right. Get the Wolves and Everton on Peacock Plus. Get that loaded up on the other side. Me. Boop. Mute that. Bring that up. All right. Cool. Yeah. College. Well, it's not just to see the up and coming stars. Like there's states like I'm originally from Alabama. My favorite, the team I root for is University of Alabama, and the closest NFL team is either Atlanta or New Orleans. They're about the same distance away from each other, but that's the closest. Like, there's no major sports team outside of the University of Alabama or Auburn University within the confines of the state. So basically, the college football teams become the the major sports teams of those states. And to be honest with you, here you see more fervency and passion for college football than you do NFL. It's way more tribal. College football here is way more tribal than NFL fandom. Now, there's pockets of fans in the NFL that are very, very intense and very into it and everything like that. But for the most part, it's very much college football is where you see most of the tribalism at. Um, I'll probably be going to my. I was gonna take and do a watch along for the Alabama FSU game, but I'm probably gonna be going to my stepdad's, taking eat with my brother over there, and taking probably watch the game. I say that if he wants me to come over and he doesn't plan on watching the game, he can wait till after I'm done watching the game for my ass to be over there because it's college football season and we don't get in the way of Alabama football. Where did my phone go? Like, it's very much a, if you want me to do something on if you want me to take and do something from the months of August to February, you better do it Monday through Friday or Sunday, because Saturdays are taken. Like, I like watching NFL games, but I'm more inclined to do shit on a Sunday than a Saturday. So there's that. And I've actually got, which let me bring this up. I've actually got, let's see. And here we go. And I'll take and bring this down. I've actually got a couple of, bring that over this way. I actually got a couple of teams for the 10 o'clock, or from like 10 to like 3 slate of games for Premier League. And then after that, it's a bunch of college football teams or college football lineups. And I've got a couple lineups as well for FanDuel, which I wonder if there's any games we could get into between now and then. Let's see. We'll take and do free to like $3 for soccer classic EPL. Who wants to help me build a team? So let me bring this up. Y'all can help me build a team on DraftKings. Let's see. I'm taking go with this one. Create new lineup. Let's see. Is it going to take and actually bring it up on my side? There we go. So you got forwards, midfielders. I don't know how well y'all can. That probably y'all can't probably see that well at all, can you? Let's see. There you go. Mo Salah. Well, that'd be tomorrow's slate of games. So we got goalkeepers, and these are all, I guess, the people that are starting. I know all the Man U players seem to be high up there in price. Let's see, Everton versus. I'll take him. Pickford at goalkeeper. Let's see, what do we got for forwards for between these two? Midfielders, let's see, Grealish at 72. We only got 6,400 to play with at the moment, so. What's his game log look like? 8.5 points, so he's at least consistent, right? Game log. He's only got, let's see, he's got 2 games, 21 points. Jesus Christ. He cleaned up last game. Any thoughts by anybody that's watching? Who to pick where? So they can build a squad together. See if I can win any money. Let's see, defense. They score their shit a lot different than what FanDuel does. Because yeah, I got all okay, well. I don't know. Harry really Harry Kane? He's not an option, I don't believe. A couple years ago, probably, but not now. Yeah, it's EPL only, and it's just from the games from for 10 a.m. So, uh, Everton, Wolverhampton. You got Tottenham and the Brentford versus Sunderland, and yeah, Bournemouth, Man U, and Barnsley. So those are the only player you can pick from. And piss on it. We'll take and pick him because he's got a pretty decent score. He's got low. Ask Chat GPT. I mean, it's a viable option. Maybe we'll take and do that for another. Let's see. Midfielders. Now, this is where everything gets highly expensive. And some of these players, I'm strictly picking just because, like, you got 21.7 and 9.8. That's still, even if he averages 9 points per game, it's a pretty decent baseline to go off of, right? So now we got 7,800 to play with. Grealish for Everton, 22 and 2.9. So that's a little bit too much variance. Let's see, Cunha. He has 11,800. Let's see. Here's what. Let's see if we can't round this out just a little bit more. We'll take and go for some of the high dollar players. Or let's look at the forwards real quick. Diallo. Let's see. Ooh, 81. Okay. It's a wee bit expensive. Draft another Burnsley player. Now, Kana is 11.8, so that put us back at 6.4. Midfielders. He's just had one game. Well, I think they've only played one game this season. Everton, 17 and 5.8. Want something a little bit, some players with a little bit more consistency between games, right? 8.5, 8.5, so that's kind of grayish. All right. Now, utility, we've got 5,700 left. Amsgard. Let's see. Ten and 5. I mean, we're gonna be full of Burnley players. It looks like Jesus Christ. They've got some, at least some good value, very least. I don't know how good Sunderland is, but all right. Well, I mean, you know, I will have to take and get yeah, Sunderland is at home today. What's up, Twisted? Cheers to you. Hopefully you're having a good one. All right, we'll take and enter this one. And then we'll take and do this. Chat GPT. Yeah. Okay. Optimal. What would be an optimal DraftKings 10 a.m. slate EPL lineup with the highest scoring potential upside. Let's see. All right, so let me bring this over here. All right, lobby. Soccer EPL. 1, 3, 5. All right, single entry. Create new lineup. All right, so now this is what it's telling me. So we're going with Pickford. We're going with Fernandez. Jesus Christ. Sesko is not playing, so that's out. All right. Charlison. Let's see. Jesus! 4,600. Fucking hell. All right, so low price options, high potential for scoring well on DraftKings. Okay. Anderson. Let's see. Am I going to be able to take and get it done in time? We got 7 minutes left. So Van Den, there's one. And then, let's see. Berg. I'm going to take and really give this a little bit of... All right, Cullen. I believe I've had Cullen on damn near all of my lineups. Okay, that puts us at 5,300. Berg. All right, now we're at 6,700. 5.5K to, let's say, 7K players with high potential to score. $10 a.m. EPL slate on DraftKings. Let's see. No, I can't just do Liverpool. Onana. Huh. Dwight McNeil. Hey, he's not playing. Why are you giving me motherfuckers that ain't playing? Alright, so we'll take and do this. Burnsley. Do forwards.
Oh.
8,100 for Brennan Johnson. Yeah, that'll put us at 53 for the utility player. And we can definitely find someone within that. Let's see. Game log, no. Let's see. Tiago. 12, 7, and 4, 2. Yeah, we'll take a stab at Damsgaard. Piss on it. All right. Now, bring this back over here. The folks that are
Right.
there we go. All right. My apologies, everybody that's watching within Discord. Jesus. Yeah. All right. Now, and Marja, tomorrow I can take and do the I'm gonna take and do more lineups, and I can buy Liverpool players then. But this is only today's slate for what do you call it? For DraftKings and FanDuel. So let's see. All right. Onana isn't playing. And we'll take and I'll bring up the actual lineups here and there. We'll take and see how they're doing, right? Why is it showing? Why is it showing that? Should not be showing. Oh, yeah. Because I did that. Okay, that makes sense. I can see a little bit behind the screens here. Display. All right, there we go. All right. So now, Jesus. Stream's lagging behind just a wee little bit. I'm seeing. Because it's got me just taking and doing. I'm seeing on my side. I'm watching me unless I'm behind over here. Yep, I'm behind. Okay. Nope, never mind. All right, I'm about to say what the fuck.
Gun paradise. What the hell, you can't.
Make sure that I got volume on for the people that are watching. Yes, it is. There we go for the folks that are watching along via Discord. All right, so now we get to about to have the Everton game about to come on. I like the Wolves logo there.
Okay,
It's very simple but very clean. It's a wolf's head. I like it. Who was it? I think one of my damn squads had. I want to think it's on. Yeah, FanDuel. I've got Gomes, and I went to go find them on DraftKings. They didn't have them on DraftKings. I was like, well, what's this bullshit? Let's see. Let me go to the other one. So that's. I'm going to start going through the starting squads lineup when I take and do these lineups. Get them set, and then take and go back. Oh, they're not playing. Let me switch this player out with someone else.
No way.
It's like
Update?
Tottenham and like a couple matches already underway because I've already got some players getting some partial scoring going on. Oh, okay.
Or you blue?
I guess we'll see how the stars and scrubs or the high and low lineup does for DraftKings. I normally try to keep things more along the lines. Dutch qualifying. What? Oh, for F1. Oh, I'm guessing that race is tomorrow. Ooh, depending on. Let me see if I can't find. Let's see. Except all. Let's see.
Oh, I can't have a break anymore.
Oh, so the Dutch F1 or the Dutch Grand Prix tomorrow is on ESPN. Oh, whoa, whoa! That might have to be part of the watch along, or at least that'll be part of the conversation, right? Almost have to be. McLaren guy.
Oh, 99 nuggets. I ain't got nuggets. I don't have
Was
a.
Wolverhampton gonna be able to take and move the ball down the damn field? Jesus! Everton gonna try to keep it on that side. Making it not allowing very many passing lanes to get it down the field down the pitch any. Okay, here we go. And you see that's another sport like F1. I've watched some F1 races, but at least last parts of them, because I'll take a run across and be like, oh shit, F1 is on. I used to watch NASCAR, and I can't they've pretty much ruined that fucking sport at this point. Like I understand being safe, but you can't make the car so safe to fucking race that it's not worth watching anymore. And that's almost what the fuck they've done. Apparently, Man United are all over Burnley first 10 minutes. Negative 2.5. Who's. Damn. Burnham's done. Yeah, Bournemouth's done scored on Tottenham. Pretty much what happened. F1 can't watch these days. Boring compared to what it used to be.
When they're now on your crud.
Is F1 to where basically whoever qualifies in the pole position is going to win the race? Because that's like you watch NASCAR these days just to see because such they've got such tight grouping. You basically watch it for the wrecks. There's not a whole lot of positioning that I've at least not that I've seen because all the cars go just the same goddamn speed pretty much. Everton trying to take and test and trying to take and find a way to get one in here. Like the entirety of the Wolverhampton team was down at their goal. Money spoiled football is not about the game anymore. Everton. They're up 1-0, 6 minutes in. Well, I know my understanding is basically the Premier League is rating all the other top leagues in Europe basically for the best players. There's just so much they've got so much money that they can't compete. Let's see. Always been in football. Yeah, I mean, if it's not the Premier League with the money, there's been other you know other leagues probably, but players have been getting paid for how long? It's just the Premier League. I think is you've got all these foreign investors basically buying teams, whether it be a Saudi prince or an American investment firm. Yeah, that's one of the things. That's one of the things that I've seen Real Madrid, like they're in the red like pretty massively. Now I'd seen some like I'd read about them taking and having a pretty big deficit. But I've just went back and taken a look, and it's showing that they had 1.18 billion in revenue with a post-tax profit of 24 million. But I could have swore I took and read it was like close to it was over 100 million euro debt or something like that. Well, see, that's one of the things too, man. Like a lot of folks don't. I think between like foreign investment, like just buyers buying teams, but also you got these multinational television deals. Like you've got, I can watch Premier League on. I think NBC here has the rights, so you can catch the games on like Telemundo, which is a NBC property. You've got USA, you've got Peacock Premium, which is a streaming platform, which is how I'm watching the Everton match right now. And USA again, and that's on like cable and stuff like that. So, and you can also watch on NBC, like early Saturday and Sunday mornings. NBC will take and have Premier League games from time to time. So like that multinational money, that's billions and billions of dollars of investment. If you take and spread that out amongst the teams that are in the league itself, and then you take and tie into that whatever pockets that the owners or investment groups that own these clubs have, like that's ooh, I think the TV license shit is something y'all need to do away with. That's it make it might have made sense 60 fucking years ago. Like if the BBC can't be, if it's not self-sustainable at this point, let that motherfucker go. Huge. So the Rangers were decent in the '90s because they spent a lot of money on good players. I mean, that's normally how you get a good team, right?
Was it? Real quick. I'm so ready for tonight.
Jesus. I'll be honest. I'm just now getting to a point, Nico. I'm just now getting to a point to where like I'm able to consistently watch some Premier League games. I watched Nottingham Forest last weekend though. They seem like a pretty decent, an okay team.
Mama.
I mean, and being seventh in the standings, I'm trying to remember who they played last weekend. I took because I watched the game, and I'm trying to remember full match schedule. Who did they play last? Yeah, Crystal Palace. They took and tied it up with Crystal Palace, and it was very much. It was more exciting towards the end of the game last week than it was in the first half because you got the Crystal Palace scored before the halftime of last week's match, and then it wasn't. But I think not even 10 minutes into the second half of after they come back from the break, and Nottingham Forest took and scored, but it was more back and forth and more, I guess, action packed, you could say, than what the first half was. I mean, they looked like a pretty decent squad, though. European Cup. Let's see. Now, like I said, I haven't really like. I'm just now getting to a I have no. I do not know who he is. Um, like I said, I'm just now getting to a point where where I'm like got. I'm able to take the time. I'm making the time to take and watch more games, especially this season. Like I want this weekend, unless something comes up on like family wise and stuff like that. I want weekends to take and be, especially Saturdays, to take and be watch along days, where we take and sit, we just kind of hang out, shoot the shit, talk about what's going on screen, and anything else that might take and pop up that's not politics. Um, I think it's a good way for us as a community just to hang out and chill a little bit. I'm hoping that I'm wanting to make this a weekly endeavor at this point. Brain cough documentary. See, the thing is with reactions is would it get a strike? Because if it gets a strike, I don't mind if it gets claimed. Hell, it can even get blocked. If it gets blocked, I could at least take and be like, um, can you release the block? Um, oh, but if it gets a strike, that's a little bit of a different story because then I couldn't stream. So if I ain't got to take and worry about a strike or something like that, that's definitely I'll look into it. Because I've been told, I keep getting told, you look at a Steven Gerrard video on the channel, do a reaction. So that's definitely something I can YouTube made. But see, it doesn't matter if it's YouTube made because if a content creator took the time to make it, there's a lot of content creators who take and see someone react to something they've put out, and they'll still strike them because it's still very much copyrighted. There you go, just throw them down to the ground. So many funny stories about him told by ex players. YouTube. Let's see. Yeah, I'm looking. I don't see any kind of reactions to any of it, anything on him. Whereas I can go. Like I keep getting told to look at Steven Gerrard because he's a I guess Liverpool legend at some point. But I see reactions to stuff on him. I don't. I'm not seeing anything on. I have to take a look. I have to take maybe take a chance or. Oh shit! The Wolves have tied it up 1-1. Mate, I hate to tell you this, but like if it's on YouTube and especially like the I click on a documentary that someone has made, Brian I guess Claw. I don't know how you say his last name. The outspoken manager, 516,000 views. Let me see how many other videos are on this channel. Oh yeah, this person does documentaries based around football. No, I trust you. Trust me. They're doing it for the love of the sport, but they're also wanting to take and get paid for it. There's a Patreon attached to it. The ITV Sport, I might try to, I'll take and maybe reach out to the one channel and be like, hey, can I react? But trust me, they got a Patreon. They're also getting paid by YouTube for it. Which is, I'll be honest with you, like unless it's a small channel, yeah, maybe they're not doing it for money because probably at that point they're not making any money, right? But once you get over 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 subs, that shit goes out the window. And a lot of yeah, they've got 187,000 subscribers. That one thing. I'll take a reach out because most of these. Let's see. Email address. Balon Media. Let's see. Copy. Oh. Yeah, I'll reach out to that channel and be like, hey, do you mind if I take a react? Let's see. Do. Let's see. Find a way to play Gerard and Lampard at midfield pairing. Let's see. Most dynamic player in the world. Huh. Well, see, that's one of the things. Like, other than these watch-alongs, you probably will start seeing a little bit more sports type reactions. Oh shit! Let me do an edit. Not gaming. No. Sports. Save. Now there we go. Sports. All right. That makes more sense now. All right, there we go. Had to take and make some updates to the stream because now it's Wolves versus Chelsea, and it's not, you know. Or it's Wolves versus Everton, not Chelsea versus Fulham. So, small channels are only a few minutes long. Are we still talking about the manager, or are we talking about Gerard now? Because yeah, the documentary on Brian Clough that I'm talking about is 48 minutes long. So uh, the ones on Gerard might be a little bit shorter, but two top tier leagues. How many top tier leagues are in Scotland right now? Four. So what would they combine two leagues for each and convert it from four to two? Like how would that work? One of 12 and three of 10 teams. Since that initial goal, Everton's not been. They've been on the defense mostly. It seems. So that documentary doesn't show as a eccentric nature. I got told for years that I needed to react to the Hillsborough disaster stuff, and I don't know. For me, that was just more morbid fascination. Like, there's a whole lot of people affected by that. And when I did finally react to it, I was like, yeah, I understand the anger that folks still have. Sun newspapers. Yeah, yeah. I know that the Sun newspaper is not a lot of most folks don't buy it there in Liverpool because of their coverage of the what happened and their attitude towards the people of Liverpool. Like it's and I don't blame folks. You know what I'm saying? It's you can't take that. You can't be a newspaper. You can't be a major. Any kind of news outlet and have the type of attitude that they had or say some of the stuff they said about Liverpool supporters. You just can't. Or really, you can't. You shouldn't do that for any tragedy. Rupert Murdoch. The commentator says Everton seems to have lost their way in the last few minutes since they scored the goal. Yes, yes they do. Yes they have. They don't look very together at all. Wolverhampton they scored. The Wolves scored, and it looks like Everton is just on their back foot. They're trying to refigure out what the hell's going on in this match. Exactly what it looks like. Up. Oh, it's 2-1 Everton now. And die. So Everton figured out pretty quickly how to score again. They just looked lost there for like a minute or two, and it's like all of a sudden, oh, there we go. This is how we do this again. Well, I'm there's always a lag, unfortunately. What is that? I don't know why, but from some reason on my side, like there was a bit of a lag. Like it was, huh? Because I had to take and actually force a little thing up to where it should be for the match. I don't understand how it got that way neither. You're not hurt. Get off the fucking pitch, dude. Like, get up. $50,000 50,000 police, 2 Royal Navy frigates. Yeah. Got a free kick here. I tell you, it's as much as Everton looked like they were lost there for a little bit before they scored that second goal. Like, they've had it's like a lot more chances than one touching the guys rolling around. Yeah, exactly. Like that's bro, get the fuck up. It's not that serious. Like for me, that's the thing for me too. It's like, bro, that's bullshit. I think LeBron and a lot of the NBA players before they started taking and actually cracking down on the flopping that's done in the NBA, I think LeBron watched a whole lot of Premier League matches. Like it's the only place I've ever seen I've seen or watched more flopping than what's in the NBA is via the the Premier League. But it does seem like since that that second goal that Everton has been a lot more on point with trying to take and be on the attack. Because there for a few minutes, the Wolves were very much more in control of the game. It also seems like as far as with the actual refereeing and stuff like that, there's more respect for the referees within rugby than what it seems to be in these matches right here. Now, granted, you don't see any like I haven't seen any like major disrespect, but there's a lot less arguing that I've seen watching the rugby matches I've watched. Yeah, you see a little bit more maybe conversation of like, oh, that's where I fucked up at. Then you see players on the Premier League pitches going, hey, what the fuck? You know, You see stuff like that a lot more, it seems like, with Premier League than you do. Man's game with respect for referees. I mean, to be honest with you, the worst disrespect I see from any sport towards referees is probably the NBA. Like, those are some whiny bitches. Like, those are some prima donna motherfuckers. Like, there's no two ways about that. Granted, they're very talented prima donnas, but they're prima donnas nonetheless. And we got a few minutes here before the half, before the break in the match. I wonder if the Wolves are able to take and get any tied up maybe before the half starts. Probably not, if I had to venture a guess. Yeah, if you don't have any if you don't have any level of respect between the players and the refs, you're not going to have any. You're going to have a lesson, form of respect between the viewers and the refs as well. The spectators will take and try to just verbally abuse the refs just like the players do. We only have riots here after wins or major losses. Ask Philadelphia. Their fans rioted after they won the Super Bowl this past year. You'll see police get involved, but it's normally after an assault or a stabbing or something of that nature at the bar with drunk motherfuckers watching the game. It's going to go out. Yeah, you don't see riots as much as you will see fights, and you'll see, especially college football between college football fans. Like one of the things I love here is the fact that before games in the parking lot they do tailgating, and the amount of alcohol and food that flows. If you got rival teams playing, like the shit talking that happens as well. You get massive. You get quite a few fisticuffs. Looks like we had 3 minutes of extra time. Properly equipped. Oh, well, glad to have you back, Skull and Crossbones. More bull. So it's not the pencil pushers for the football matches that they take and actually send the wrestlers. Near rife in some sections of certain stands. Not a family day. I don't know if cocaine's the best idea. You get high, you've already got high emotions going. You add cocaine to that mix, and no, that's not going to be family friendly whatsoever. I can imagine some of the. So that's the reason why the fans over there are so crazy. It's not just the passion; it's the cocaine that's driving the violence. Okay, but that makes sense. I mean, just look at Mexico. It's all the cocaine they're trying to take and ship over here. That's where all the violence stems from. It's cocaine, a dangerous, dangerous drug. Yeah, it looks like it's just playing footsie until the half here. They're not really able to take and get anything, any really open lanes towards taking to get a shot on the goal against Everton before the half here. We got 10 seconds left. And there we go. Yep. Not just alcohol. Well, alcohol has such a weird effect on folks because for some folks, myself included, like, I can't really drink clear liquor. Clear liquor, I'm ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Especially rum. Like, I can drink some vodka and not have that issue. Rum, you give me white rum, bro. I'm ready to throw the fuck down. Let's go at it, right? You say, did you look at me funny? I'm gonna take and hit you in the jaw. Like that. That's dark liquor, though. Let's have a chat. Let's enjoy each other's company. Oh yeah, I'm a dickhead on white rum, like pure dickhead. Once I start feeling it, that change happens, and I'm a dick. I can drink vodka. It's it's weird because vodka, I don't like. I'm more even keeled with vodka, but I just hate that. I just don't like vodka. White rum, I'd like. I used to drink, especially the flavored white rum. I used to take and drink like Bacardi O and um, I used to drink like Bacardi O and stuff like that, and I'd be like, I was a dick. So I'm more of a bourbon or Scotch or Irish whiskey. Like my wife loves vodka, and I can drink it. I don't. Vodka is one of those ones where you shouldn't have any flavor. It should just be smooth, right? It should just be a smooth drink. And it goes great as a mixer because it doesn't add flavor. And there's too many vodkas, especially these top tier, like Grey. I hate Grey Goose. Grey Goose is the worst fucking vodka, in my opinion. Like it's you drink Grey Goose and there's a taste on the back end. It's kind of like Smirnoff for me. Smirnoff, you know it's Smirnoff because there's an aftertaste to it, and you shouldn't have an aftertaste. If anything, you should get a little bit of grain maybe, unless they add flavor. Boil it, add sugar, and drink it warm. Well, see here with bourbon, we heat it up. We add some cinnamon to it. We add some cinnamon and add it to tea and call it a hottie toddy. We take and drink that when it's cold and you got a cold. I used to be able to drink Jack. Like I can drink it mixed. I can't drink that shit straight no more. I've had so much of that shit. Like I've gotten fucked up on that so much in my life. Like for my 21st birthday, I bought a big ass fucking bottle. Like it was I bought a handle of it and oh my I drank all of it in a day and a half. Yeah, just taste of heat. Like and that's how it should be, right? You shouldn't have any like other than maybe a hint of the grain that's used to take and make it, or if they make it from potatoes like it should be. But even that, it's not. It's a neutral spirit, and it should be neutral, no taste. Palinka is Palinka like moonshine here? Like I love me, I love me some good moonshine, and I'm not talking about the legal shit neither. I like when it's home distilled by somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing. That's the other like that's one of the things with vodka or not vodka but moonshine. You drink moon if you find somebody that knows what they're doing or you know how to make moonshine yourself. Like that like it's a corn liquor, so you're not going to have much of a flavor. It's going to be more of a burn after you drink it. There shouldn't be any type of like overwhelming flavor to it. It's almost like a vodka. There's no should be no overwhelming flavor to it, but it should be smooth. Now, if you drink one and it's what we call hot, basically it makes you warm blooded. That's there's two kinds of moonshine. There's fighting and fucking. And normally the hot ones make it. That's a fighting moonshine. But as long as you remove the the initial bit that takes and comes, you shouldn't have any problems with it going blind because the ethanol at that point's out. It looks like we got a lot of no score and one score games for this bracket because we got Man U at one nothing over Burnsley. And you got Bournemouth and Tottenham tied up at 0. 0-0. A one score match between Everton and Wolverhampton and oh wait, yeah. And then you got what Leeds versus somebody at 12:30. Damn. Yeah, Leeds Newcastle. There we go. By the time that match starts, so it'll be the watch along will have been beyond to the Texas and Ohio State game. Yeah, Peacock right now is showing something on Steven Gerrard. So I'm not winning any money on any of my lineups thus far, which I expected because I'm not, you know, I'm still learning. So, god damn, how do you get negative scores as a fucking Jesus Christ? I understand negative scores for a fucking goalie. You let some goals through and shit like that, but for forward and midfielders, what the fuck? If I can, See, if I can get some access to if I can get access to some rugby, like if there's any matches on here that I notice that are going to happen on for rugby, I'll do a watch along. I looked on Sky does. I know Sky does some rugby, and there's another. It was a New Zealand fucking thing, uh, website I think for rugby. But the cost of subscription is stupid. Sky Sports, you need 2 year damn subscription for that shit. I'm like, no, no, I don't think so, Scooter. I don't think so. I mean, I can check. So like that stuff I have access to over here on ITV. Like right now, the live stuff I have access to is Coronation Street, Celebrity Catchphrase, The Chase, Love Island, The Only Way is Essex, The 1% Club, Shalako, Bob the Builder, Agatha Christie's Marple, Tenable, B Movie, ITV Racing, Mr. Bean. Oh, I need to tell. I'd have to register. Let's see. Yeah, I can't even set up my. I put in my postcode. My postcode is incorrect. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't know if I'd be able to take and use ITV. Yeah, the U.S. women's I didn't know we had a rugby team. Well, BK, you're gonna have to remind me of my postcode. Live in a castle. See, that's news to me. I didn't realize that we had a U.S. men's and women's rugby league. Miscellaneous. Cheers, homie. My dude, I'm doing beer reviews again. Granted, it's a little bit different format than what I used to do, but I'm doing beer reviews again. Hopefully you're doing good, my dude. Are you taking and watching the are you watching any of the college football games today? I'm waiting on Texas and Ohio State before the Bama game. But I'm having fun hanging out with my community here, taking and doing the watch along in Discord. You just woke up, I hear you. I've been up since about 7:30. I got a late start to the streaming this morning. I'd wanted to be up at about 7 to start the stream as soon as the football started, but it just didn't happen like that. Oh! 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 3-1 Everton. Everton. That was a. Oh, it was offsides. I was about to say that looked like a bumbling type goal. Like, oh shit. Yep. Offsides. I'm doing absolutely awful. FanDuel and fucking DraftKings with the fantasy with the daily fantasy shit. Like on DraftKings and one of them, I'm 53rd or 58. So that's just that's no bueno. That's no bueno. So the U.S. is ninth in women and 18th in men's in rugby union. Did not realize that. I know there's some local places, local clubs around here that have like um, some rugby teams, but it's like just you're one day off. Oh shit, homie. Oh, that's that. Me saying offsides is very much because I've it's unconscious thing. I can try to remember it. Doubtful it'll take and work because you got offsides in uh, American football, so that's the reason why I do that. Qualified for the next Rugby World Cup, really? That'd be interesting. Women's US. Oh, YouTube. Let's see. Hide user. Yep. Gonna hide that shit. So there we go on that. Not doing any of that linking bullshit like that. Unless it's my link, fuck that. Like you can either watch at home or I'm taking and doing watch along. Us chit chatting here and in Discord. Past that, fuck the links. I don't know how YouTube can automatically pick up on whether or not you're taking and doing something that's fucking against copyright, but they can't pick up on horse shit like that. Yeah, I'd have to get a VPN to watch it on the iPlayer. And at 7:30, I'll be watching LSU versus Clemson. Like, let's get one thing right off the bat. Like, all of these watch-alongs are going to be early morning. Is going to be Premier League, unless it's a Sunday. On Sundays, even during NFL season, if it's a bigger game or something like that, we'll still take and watch a Premier League game. Saturdays, y'all got till 12 o'clock. Then it's college football. Cause yeah, no, like college football is my jam. Not qualified yet. Oh, so we host 2031. Kind of like we're hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup. I believe it's 2026 FIFA World Cup, right? Yeah. Which I think there's some games that are down there going to be played in Miami or something like that. Because Daniel Arias was looking for uh, to maybe get some tickets to take his dad to some of the matches, but it's like $1,500 a fucking ticket if you take and win the lottery to get the tickets. Uh, eh, eh, no. Yeah, that's yeah. Like I don't understand how they're able to take and not differentiate that shit. Like technically, it's against like the commenting policy for you to take and put links unless it's from the channel itself that you're watching. But that shit still happens. I don't understand how they can get so much stuff right when they try to go to enforcement and so much other shit they just fuck up horribly. Speaking of shirts, I was watching a 30 for 30 documentary on ESPN the other night. University of Miami, massively successful in the 80s college football, and Notre Dame, of course, very much they're a Catholic university and stuff like that. They had a big matchup. Was it 88, 87, and somebody printed out shirts for the match, convicts versus Catholics, and that's how the game. That's what the game is known as: the convicts versus Catholics. And Everton, since the one goal by the Wolves, they haven't allowed them anywhere close to getting anything close to a score. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it kind of made sense because the Miami teams of the '80s, even the college teams, were like very coke fueled. So, and there's a lot of arrest, and they were seen as a bunch of thugs basically. So it kind of made sense in the context. Granted, not it wasn't the whole Miami team, but like there's enough secondary shit with that team that is very appropriate. Oh my goodness. 3-1 Everton. Holy, that was a pretty goal too. Yep. Never heard of it. Yeah, I'd say that pretty much settles the game too. Like the Wolves, no, I didn't, and I should have. I thought I took and put him in one of the matchups because y'all had said to put him in, but I think it was like I could have swore I had a fucking lineup because y'all were like, "Yeah, put in Grayla. She's on his shit." But I think maybe the due to the fucking the available money left. And that goal just past the outstretched hand of the goalie, like yeah, we'd probably be in the money if I had picked them. I think due to the budget left for the team that we were building at that point, I wasn't able to. And Everton, I mean, it's only at the 57-minute mark. I mean, they've still got plenty of time to Everton could make this an ugly, ugly game. Uh-oh. About to say, that that could have been dangerous for Everton right there. They could have allowed the Wolves to get one in on them. Pickford coming out to clear the ball away like that, though. So we got right at 30 minutes left. 3-1. Did the teams ever just play keep once they've got a comfortable lead? They ever just play like keep away? Like yeah, we don't want to run up the score. We'll just play keep away. Or are they just like yeah, fuck it, we're going for the jugular. Keep the foot on the pedal. or does it all depend on the manager and the game plan? Because there's a lot of points during the game that both teams just trying to pick their lanes or trying to take and you know get back in the flow of things. Dude seems to play a little bit of keep away, just for the simple fact of oh oh yeah he overrun he got too ahead of himself on that one. Beto did. But it seems like there's times during the games where the teams will be they're looking, trying to take and get the lanes set up, so they can set something up to make make an attempt to or a shot on the goal. That there's a lot of back and forth, and in between that, you'll take and see some keep away stuff, or what looks like keep away at least. Now they're just exchanging the who gets to toss the ball in. Liverpool and Newcastle are usually high scoring games, and Liverpool went out during the transfer season and whew, they spent some money, and they're still trying to get Isaac from Newcastle. Apply a bit more caution. Like Liverpool shouldn't have any issues with scoring options this season. Crucial for modern football. Yeah. I'm glad that Discord just let me know that I'm currently muted on Discord. I know that. There's a reason. Welcome back, Disco. Oh, well, they might have had another attempt at a shot there, but no. Oh, Yoda, you was trying to talk in Discord. I'm glad I've got it where nobody can talk. Yes, I'm Liverpool. Oh, in the gaming one? Oh, okay. And Everton just, yeah, no, we're taking this. Uh, quick into that though. Yeah, Everton's just not allowing the Wolves to take and have any chance at getting another shot on the goal. there's a lot of grabbing by the Everton players. They're just like, nah, you ain't getting down there before we will, homie. And if you do, it's gonna be marginally ahead of us. And Wolves just can't find any openings, man. There's no lanes for them to take and really do anything. Like if they wanted to try to mount a comeback, like they're gonna have to take and really put some effort in. Everton's just they're just gumming up the works for them. Every possession that they get. A little bit of overrun by the Everton players there. That could have been dangerous for the Wolverhampton, but it just nope. So Disco, we got an Arsenal fan in here. Uh, Everton just seems to have a lot more speed than what the Wolves do. Just way more. And the guys on Everton seem to take and have a lot more talent footwork wise as well. Wait, Cadillac's got an F1 team? So they got a 6-time Grand Prix winner in Sergio Perez, and then Valtteri, probably going to butcher the last name of Bottas, 10-time Grand Prix winner. I mean, if you're going to take and if you're going to try to be competitive, might as well take and get some drivers who know what the fuck they're doing. So the Cadillac F1 team is American with operations in the UK and will use Ferrari engines. Go figure. So they'll have operational hubs in Fishers, Indiana, and Charlotte, North Carolina, as well as Warren, Michigan. So they're trying to develop their own F1 engine right now, but to start off with, they're using Ferrari. I mean, whatever. I would say USA, USA, but well, they're just letting these boys play today. There's been so many times that the players from either squads have wanted penalties, and the ref is like, "Nah, play it out. You're good. Rub some dirt on it." Shit. Bit of back and forth here between the Everton and Wolves player. Man, you at 2-1 lead. Red Bull F1 will work with Ford from next year. So Ford's going to be in F1. I need to watch the movie Ford versus Ferrari. The one that's got what's his name, Christian Bale and Matt Damon. Looks like a pretty decent movie, but yeah, when Ford decides to put money in racing, they'll have success, but yeah, Everton is just not allowing Wolves like any kind of leeway on their side of the pitch. Oh, oh, oh! He just took and pulled the guy down with him. Was it Grealish he pulled down on him? But still, I mean, there's been a lot of stuff that's been going on. It's just been all right, just play and still got 18 minutes of the match, not including whatever added time they take and add to it. And it seems like any time Everton's down on the Wolves side of the pitch, it's a bit of danger. You got cramping going on. Leeds versus Newcastle. Stop your wife. What's wrong with Little House on the Prairie? I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't blame you. Like I've got nothing against Little House on the Prairie, but I watched enough of that shit when I was growing up because my mom wanted to take and watch that to have my fill of it for the rest of my life. It's kind of like being born in the '80s here in the U.S. and having somebody going, "You watch any John Wayne movies, motherfucker?" I think I've seen all of them. Whose dad didn't watch John Wayne growing up? Kind of like fucking whose dad didn't watch Clint Eastwood? A Fistful of Dollars, The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Lost Highway. Was that a movie or? He's been taken off the pitch now. Disco, you didn't have to take a worry about your ma or pa taking, your pops taking and going watching a bunch of John Wayne movies. You're taking experience some of them yourself, especially as far as Clint Eastwood is concerned. Shit. Movie, okay. Yeah, it looks like it's coming down pretty good. Couple of substitutions. I like John Wayne. I think we could do with more John Wayne type movies these days. Same thing with like Clint Eastwood. We could do more with like the old Clint Eastwood style movies, the westerns. His parents didn't have a TV. Well, I'm sure after the third or fourth kid, they no longer had money for a TV. I mean, because their nocturnal activities were kind of leading to, you know, the children they were having. You know, God damn. His parents were getting it the fuck on, cuz. God dang. What do y'all do for fun? We fuck. But it's funny because now a lot of cultures or a lot of countries are having a population very much almost a population collapse. Like I think here in the U.S. we need to take and be at like 1.6 for to keep a healthy population level, and I think we're like 1.2, 1.3. So you know back in the day, having kids was much more. And it's not like it's not like kids haven't always been expensive, but there was more put towards having kids and shit like that. Now, shit. Yeah, it is pretty much a worldwide situation. Yeah, no, I mean it is weird, like people's attitude towards having kids. Like I understand having a career, but being so career minded that you don't want a kid to fuck that up, just say you're selfish at that point, right? And which there's nothing wrong with that in and of itself either. If you want to take and be selfish and take and work so you can keep all the money and enjoy yourself, by all fucking means. But like, there's been such a oh shit, the Wolves scored. Alex S is 100% it. 100% it. And Marja, no, the world is not too crappy to have kids. The world is what you make of it, and if the world is, you know, the world that surrounds you is crappy, that says more about you and the situations you put yourself in. Because the world's always had shit going on. Always. It's just now we have news and social media 24/7 for us to know everything that's fucking going on 24 hours a day, to the minute, to the second. It's we've always had crazy shit going on in the world. You can take a look at world history throughout and take a read some of the stories that don't make it into history books. And there's always been shit going on. It's always been a shit place. Nothing's changed about that. It's just now the constant access and the since everything being sensationalized is part of the problem. 20 Well, there's a kid. There's a show here. It's called 16 Kids and Counting. They had to keep going up because they had like 18 or 19 by the end of it. Is that 22 kids and counting? Or is that based on a family that's religious in any way? Because the 19 and or the 16 to by the end of it was 19 kids and counting. They were very much a fundamentalist Baptist family, or what these days passes as fundamentalist Baptist. It's far from it. More of contemporary New Age Baptist. The family with the 22 kids lives in the same town as you, Beaky. Well, a lot of times you see families with over like two or three fucking kids, right? Normally there's a religious factor that plays into it. It's either it's one or two factors. A lot of times it's either poverty or religion, and it's either Christianity or Islamic that they can have like the 90 kids, or Mormons, yes. Well, you see a lot of the like here the 19 kids and counting. By the end of it is 19 kids and counting. The family had money before they started the TV show. So there are a lot of the families that take and do it that wind up having money, but a lot of times there's very much a poverty aspect to a lot to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kids, 5, 6 fucking baby daddies and shit like that, like, and they live in poverty and they live off of the government. You see that as well, and I'm sure it's probably no different there in some cases. So I've got you. We've got you to blame for all these motherfuckers coming around knocking on the door on Saturdays when I'm trying to take and enjoy a beer and oh no, what it's not always poverty, but one of the things you notice here, especially, you notice, and this is getting a bit of socio-economic shit, but here especially, a lot of times in poverty, when folks are in poverty, um, they wind up having more kids, and it's also the place where you'll see the places of like abject poverty here, or what's considered abject poverty here, is also the places you'll see with more access to stuff like abortions. So there's definitely a correlation. Oh, globally. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Definitely. Oh, yeah. I agree with you on that. But I do think you do wind up seeing more people, even if from a global aspect of things, that if they're living in poverty, a lot of times you'll see more than two or three fucking kids and shit like that. So we got 6 minutes left in the match before any added time. I do find it kind of interesting that as far as having kids and stuff goes, is it's a lot of times the more educated the people that with the whole overpopulation thing that wind up having fewer or no kids. Oh, well, even after, I mean, even since there's been a cure for a lot of the diseases and prevention, so people don't get the diseases. You still see a lot of poor families having larger amounts of kids than a lot of times families that are affluent, unless there's a religious aspect to them somehow, and they believe it's their duty to to populate the world. We had a family when I was growing up in church that they they would visit every so often. They went to a church in a town about an hour and a half away from where I went to church at. They had 9 kids. Here, if you've got more than 2 kids and you're on benefits or whatever, like that shit goes up exponentially the amount of money that you take and get. I say amount of benefits you're able to take and get as far as like food stamps and shit like that. No, they're not. Some of them make them life fucking long. They seem to be institutionalized. They get used to taking and being taken care of. So there are far too many that seem to make it lifelong. Like by the time they hit 17, 18, they've got kids their fucking own. But a lot of it's until they take and get fucking they make an income enough to where they no longer qualify for it. Because here all the benefits are based on income. So if you've got 6 or 7 kids and or excuse me, you got 2 or 3 kids and you wind up going from working part time to full time for a place, and then with that full time income, you make more money than what you're eligible to take and receive benefits. So, shit, they haven't, bruh, that's nothing. Like, that's just a nice little benefit of the doubt. Like, there's too many people here, 15, 16, that live in poverty that'll have a fucking kid. Um, but a lot of times you do see by the time the kid hits 16, 17, or 18, having a kid themselves and still being under mama's roof, or they take and go live with the baby daddy's family if they're in the picture. Like it's just, and you see it a lot more in places where poverty seems to be the norm than not. Like I know too many. I know too many people personally that it's 17, 18, and even 16 that had youngins or got pregnant. When did I leave the nest? Well, I moved out of my mom's house to my dad's when I was 18 and graduated high school, but it's only because I'd never lived with my dad. And then once I hit 19, I joined the military. So I've mostly lived on my own since about the age of 19. Yeah, I mean, if you have a special needs son, though, like whatever benefits there are that you could claim, you should, in my opinion. Right? Because having a child with special needs, like there's different challenges for each child's got their own challenges and stuff like that. But if you can if you can get some help that lessens the financial load on you, by all means, get it. Oh yeah, you definitely need to take in whatever you're able to, whatever help you can get. But yeah, definitely, especially being his carer. Can the Wolves tie it up? Yeah, 6 minutes, and there was 3 minutes of extra time at the half, and in the last game there was 8 minutes of extra time. So, and I hate going into this route of things, but here, like, my view is if you pay into social benefits, you should have access to it, unless you making two, three, 400,000 a year. Like if you make less than that, you pay into Medicaid or you pay into food stamps and shit. If you feel you need it, you should have access to it. Oh, oh, looks like that was out on Everton there. Yeah, it makes the it makes the half 60 minutes. It seems like it. There's been quite a bit of there's been quite a bit of like times that the players have wanted fouls that they haven't been given it. So I mean, like I haven't seen an exorbitant amount of the hell. Yeah, I haven't seen an exorbitant amount of like rolling around on the ground and shit like that, or stoppages for it. But ooh, what's the other handle, Disco? Bro, he just hit just wide on that shot. Yeah, it's 6 minutes. They've got less than 2 minutes to take and try to get another attempt at this. Oh, okay. It's been a hot minute though. I feel. Is there a water break? It seems like there'd be quite a few water breaks. Have somebody reach out. God damn. A shower would suffice. Oh Lord. We're from water break to full having a bath break. They are not happy, that's for sure. I mean, 6 minutes of extra time, and we're at 96-22. So, well, that's the end of that. 3-2 full time. Everton over the Wolves. Well, that's the end of that match. Yeah, it was close. I thought it was going to be a runaway there for a minute. I mean, we were at 3-1 after after that third goal there with 30 minutes left to go, and um, the Wolves made a game of it by the end. There's that. Let's see. We got do. Well, I have to go back the other way. Got to have the refresh that. You can please try again later, motherfucker. Live. All right, well. Now I get to change it. All right, there we go. Now we got 2 minutes before the official start of Texas versus Ohio State. That's where things could get interesting because I'm a little bit more. Uh, how do I put this? Animated for college football. So, all right, real quick, I'll be right back. I gotta go get me another drink. I have not a fucking clue what the XP thing is. I guess is whoever chats the most, you take and get, top chatter thing. That's something that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, though. The Disco, that's the plan. Unless something comes up, my plan is to take and be streaming every Saturday and Sunday. Early mornings will be Premier League, and then after that, it'll be at least one college football game for watch along. So, and Lee Corso, God, it's his last year doing, or his last show doing his thing, and they're retiring his ass. And they need to. He sounds horrible. I'll be right back. Never mind the morons. I normally don't. Ooh, cider. That almost took me bought a cider. When I took and bought the beer that I was going to review. Like, there's an expanded cider section in the grocery store that I went to. I was like, oh. Apple and blackberry and a viewer ranking system. Bro, just hurry up and get to the fucking game. It's 12 o'clock. You said 12 o'clock start. Start the fucking game. I had to take and bring me I had to grab a little something to eat on too. Pop Tart pastry bites. I've seen Patrol Nation. There you go, Disco. I've got it. I've actually got it streaming on Discord. No, no, you're good. I actually took and just did a super chat for him. I'm cheering for Texas. I want to see Texas win. Only because I don't like Ohio State. Yeah, I took an I was just eating this. El Doof football, college football is the one place, or even NFL, but it's one place you'll definitely see rivalry here and beef. The passion though for, I wish I had some Monster Munch. The passion for college football is the one thing that we've got that's comparable to the passion y'all have for y'all's football clubs. It's sweet. Pop Tarts are there's some. We have Pop Tarts for breakfast, but it's very much a sweet fucking snack. And yeah, no, Marjorie, you didn't speak out of turn. Like I'd love to do a link up with him. I've seen some of his stuff. He seems like a really chill, cool dude. I actually took him to the super chat on this thing. Showing, just telling him much love. Um, I like his stuff. Like I've been subscribed to him for a hot minute now. Like there's quite a few. It's funny. There's quite a few channels that take and do reactions to American content, like the Beasleys, Patrol Nation. Live Luca is one of the reasons why I started taking this decided to, outside of hearing the different accents of the artists I was listening to, because I was mostly doing reactions to UK hip hop artists. Um, but outside of like man, his accent is different from this guy's over here. Watching live Luca taking and doing reactions to American stuff, and then seeing what Lou reacts or something like that. L4WG or whatever, however he puts that shit out. But there's quite a few people that react to American stuff that I watch that I enjoy, like the Graham Norton, or the Graham family reacts now. I absolutely love his channel. I've followed that motherfucker for so long. I like him. His family seems to be very lovely. Like I like them. So there's quite a few I'd love to take and do some kind of collaborations with. I mean, call it whatever you want. Call it American football. I mean, it's not wrong. I mean, that's what it is. It's American football. But see, my thing is like, I, Americans catch shit for taking and calling football soccer when soccer's an English term for football, because it was a way there for a while to differentiate between rugby and actual like You had what association football, which got for I don't know how y'all got soccer out of association football, but like that's where the term originates from, and we just took and adopted that. Like, so I don't understand the hate and the vitriol towards Americans calling football soccer. We borrowed the term for y'all. So, but yeah, I mean, calling this American football, you're not wrong. I mean, it's our version of football because we took and iterated upon rugby with the forward pass and stuff like that. It was a I'm trying to remember the guy's name that took and come up with the rules for what's now American football, but he took and went to University of Yale University, but he was a rugby captain for the football squad there, the rugby football squad there. So, and see, this weekend, like last year, Texas, Texas is ranked number one this year. They've started the season ranked number one. Ohio State won the national championship last season. Ohio State beat Texas in the college football playoffs last season. Oh, the college stadiums are bigger than the NFL stadiums. I'm sure. Let's see, the horseshoe, or not the horseshoe, but Ohio State Stadium. The capacity at Ohio Stadium there for Ohio State is 102,780 people. And yeah, it's played in Ohio. It's played in Columbus. Like the team I root my the college I root for, Alabama, their stadium capacity is 100,000. Let's see. Like even some of the smaller stadiums, Clemson, which is here in state, they got an 85,000 person capacity. LSU 102,000. So yeah, there's big stadiums that these like that's where all the money goes. I mean, I don't know why you'd ask that, L dude. All of them have brain cells. Bro, the pregame stuff for the fucking game, like it's 12 o'clock kickoff time, but it doesn't really normally kick off about 12:15 due to the machinations of coin flips and all that happy fun shit. No, this isn't considered. They're still considered amateurs. They just have the ability now to take and make money off of their likeness and name and stuff like that. Um, but this isn't technic. This isn't like they aren't considered professional athletes. They're still considered amateurs. Well, a lot of most of the college teams existed before the existence of pro sports here. So you've got Yale and like even Alabama, I believe 1896 is when the college football team was founded. Yale's early, like 10 years earlier than that, 1886 and stuff like that. You didn't have the NFL to what 1930s, and already by that point in time, you had teams winning multiple national championships. It was a form of entertainment for the locals or the people that are in the state, give them a sense of pride. So, oh yeah, it's because we've had the amateur stuff a lot longer than we've had the pro stuff. Is the reason why. Bama, we'll see how Bama's looking come game time. I think, other than seeing how Ty Simpson's going to do, defensively, we got most of our starters back. Offensively, we got pretty much most of our starters back. I think we're breaking in 3 players on the offensive line and a new starting running back. Well, Jan Miller went from being the backup to the starter now. And we had Isaiah Horton taken transfer in from Miami at wide receiver. So all in all, I think we're probably we should be better than we were last year. It just depends on how well Ty Simpson does. Oh, by halftime, El Doof, like a lot of those brain cells won't be firing on all cylinders because of the alcohol that's allowed in some of these stadiums, or because they snuck in some alcohol. We also got to think like you can watch players go from the high school level to the college level, and if they're in state, they stay in state for the college, and then watch them get drafted by the NFL. So the pipeline here, and the way we're able to take, and the way we take and watch sports and stuff like that, is very much from the amateur at the high school level and even lower, because we've got so many youth sports leagues around here. Is crazy, but you can, it's due to the fact that it was a good 50, 60 years after the creation of the amateur teams that are at the colleges, is one of the reasons why, in my opinion, even though we have the professional sports, for football especially, it's larger than what the pro sports is. Come on, come on. Up. He's just short. Be 4th and 1. Now does Sark go for it here? But I don't know. They're so far back on into their territory. That'd be amazing. What? They're going for it, a 4th and 1? I think they stopped him. I think they stopped him. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, if they stopped him, Ohio State gets the ball on fucking Texas's 35. What the fuck? You do this in the second quarter or third quarter if you're down. Oh, yeah, they stopped him. Nope. Looks like Arch got across. Okay, I was about to say, what the fuck? Well, it's not only being on TV helping with the pay. I mean, that's one of the big reasons why. Like, uh-oh. First down, Texas. That's definitely... Okay, so Baxter Jr. run the ball for Texas. They got a first down on 1st and 10. Yeah, the TV money helps because ESPN has a deal, I think, with the with the SEC and the ACC. You got Fox with the Big Ten. Somebody else with Big 12. But there's billions of dollars in these TV deals. Manning to pass. Where the fuck was that to? Oh, okay. Okay, free play anyways. False start. Oh yeah, college football I'm way more lively. It'd be even worse if this was a Bama game. Not even going front. I stomp, hoot, holler, like I scream at the fucking TV. You'll see me with a busted play. Tackle that motherfucker! What the fuck are you doing? Like it's. So Manning again. Got a 1st and 15 after the false start. Manning gonna take and gonna hand it off to Baxter. He got maybe 2 yards on that run. So, which means Ohio State's they've got a good defense. Ohio State's got a good defense. It's going to be how their offense would under Julian Sayin. I believe he's a sophomore this year, or maybe he got redshirted after last year. I can't remember, but oh, dude, the players on in college, like these are some grass fed or corn fed motherfuckers right here. And these are players, especially in the offense. You got these motherfuckers that are 6'1", 6'2", 210 pounds running fucking 4.3, 4.4 seconds in a 40-yard dash. Y'all play tomorrow, don't you, Yoda? So 3rd and 8. All right, he does a little check down. Quit make them quite big. Oh yeah, no, these boys they don't miss a meal. He might have been able to get an extra yard or two if he'd have squared his shoulders up, but Texas trying to take and apply some pressure here. This is 2 4th downs. They've gone for it. Trying to get the 1st down. Why the fuck are you going to hand it off in 4th and 2? Like, what the fuck sense does that make? If anything, you do slants or you do a screen. Like, that's anticlimactic as fuck. What? Why? Why? And of course, now we get this is the one area we could improve upon because now you get to add spots and shit like that. So Yoda, here's my thing with Carolina, right? Whenever y'all are underdogs, y'all are dangerous. When y'all are underdogs, y'all are dangerous. However, whenever y'all are actually like slated to, y'all are expected to win games, y'all fuck up. Oh yeah, the ads they're annoying. Like this is one thing one reason why I love watching Premier League games because there's no fucking ads until the middle of the match or afterwards in the post game. Every change of possession on this, there's gonna be ads at least 2 minutes, if not 3. It's annoying as hell. I hate it. Yeah, yeah, I know. It's ugh. One of the things I'm hoping for because I this game is over with. I'm going to my well, it depends on when the game starts. If this game runs a little bit long, we'll be ending the stream so I can get ready and go to my stepdad's house. And my brothers want me to come over. He say come over during the game, so I'm hoping he's planning on watching the fucking game. Because if not, we're gonna have a problem. But a lot of the plans here, I mean, a lot of the ads here can be funny. Um, the problem is they don't. There's not enough funny ones. Who was it? Progressive? Not progressive. Allstate with Mayhem. Their Mayhem commercials are fucking just killer. Well, it's because it's normally one person, a few people that take and watch the ad that'll wind up being like, "Oh yeah, that's a good ad," or "that makes sense," or whatever, and they'll still take and buy it. Here we don't take and think that way. Like used to, Budweiser had the best ads. Now it's just if you see a Budweiser ad, if it's not from the Super Bowl, it's not a very good one. But people are still going to buy Budweiser anyways. Same thing with Verizon and T-Mobile and shit like that. So now we get to see Ohio State how they're going to take and play. They got five star recruit playing. I think most of their positions, but quarterback Julian Saying is highly talented. Oh, Texas, bro, you're not supposed to allow him to get 8 yards on a run. I will say this: since they've allowed the players to take and get the money for name, image and likeness and stuff like that. Now that the college players are able to take and get paid for that, now they've got trusts that are not trusts, but groups that are set up to take and actually do stuff like that to take and pay top players, or yeah, top players, or to take and attract talent. So some of these squads are more akin to a professional team, but I'll say this: like Texas, their helmet is very. It's I loved how it's clean, it's classic. All you got's the Texas, the Longhorn steer there, and Ohio State. You got the stripe down the middle. You get the Buckeye stickers. Oh, oh, dropped. Oh my God! You give Texas some amazing fucking field position, and that's on the fucking tight end. If it gets into your hands, if it touches your hands as a fucking receiver, you catch it. Maybe take those fucking gloves off, dude. Yep, now it's time for more fucking ads. This is the most aggravating part of watching sports here. Okay, that's kind of a funny one. Not even gonna lie. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, the advertisers are gonna make their fucking money, and so are the leagues. You got to think that they can pay for the TV spot for the game. It costs a certain amount of money. So, in order to take and make money enough to take and actually afford to put it on screen, you have advertisers. Yeah, what? Yeah, being at the game, you don't actually see the ads, but on watching on screen or watching on TV or whatever. So they sell these ad spots at 60, 70, 80, 100, well, I say that no, it's more like 200, 300, $400,000 for per 30-second spot. No, I don't think there's any law about that. It's just kind of the nature of how things are. I mean, to be able to, one of the ways they take in finance putting a show or a sport on a network is you do it through ad spots. So if you take and make $400,000 for a 30-second ad, or right at $1 million for a 60-second ad, you're gonna take and cram as many within a 2-3 minute time limit as you can. Why are we doing a Hulk Hogan tribute? Like, by all intents and purposes, he wasn't that great of a dude outside of wrestling. Make sure my wife hasn't tried to send me a message. My brother sent me a message. My brother's making fucking steak and shrimp for after the game. And during the game, we're having my stepdad does some awesome nachos. So during the game, we're doing nachos. He's like, "Yeah, don't get filled up on them." We got 3rd and 6 for Texas. Can Ohio State stop? Up, false start. Makes you hungry. That's one of the things I look forward to when I go to my stepdad's and watch games is the food. Because all the big matchups, whether it's the first game of the season or a rivalry game, he does nachos. And last time when I went over there, we had nachos and they had cooked and shredded some steak. And oh my God, so fucking good. Took and put that, actually, no, it's pork. Shredded some pork, put that on top of the nachos. Got 4 yards off of that. Y'all better punt this motherfucker. Y'all gonna keep giving them damn good field position, and they gonna take advantage. So I don't know, like my understanding of what y'all call barbecue in the UK and what we call barbecue here is two totally different things. Like there's some people in I think the northeastern part of the U.S. that calls like what we call grilling out, which is just basically cooking chicken or a steak or hamburgers or hot dogs on the grill. Some of them take and call that barbecue. What we call barbecue is like here we take and put a whole hog on to either smoke or cook over a fire. But a lot of times, like brisket, racks of ribs, and stuff like that, take and put it in a smoker, slow and like low and slow, like 220, 250 degrees over 12, 16 hours to get the meat up to temp. Take and infuse the smoke flavor into it from smoking it. Like it's just it makes the meat so fucking tender. Like brisket's not seen as one of the better cuts of the cow, but you take and cook that motherfucker low and slow, that shit is mouth like it melts in your mouth. Oh, there's a restaurant. Most barbecue places here aren't going to be cheap. Like just not going front. part of it's due to the cost of beef, and the other part of it is the amount of time and effort that goes into it. I've seen like there's a channel Jolly. They've went to a couple of the barbecue spots there, and it looks legit. There's a guy that I guess there's a guy that does barbecue there in Scotland. I took and seen that people tried, and it looked like that genuine pulled pork and brisket. But when you go from whenever you take and buy something that, like I was gonna take and try to smoke a brisket for this last video, and it was $70 for the cheapest brisket I could find, and it was like a 5 pound brisket. And I was like, no, I'll take it to the chicken. Um, so you know, you take and add in the cost of the brisket, and then 12 to 16 hours of slow smoking and paying a pit master, and that's not including ribs, whether it be pork or and beef ribs that you also smoke, and that's not cheap. A lot of times, pork butt or pork shoulder is what's used for the pulled pork. Like that might be a cheaper cut of meat, but again, when you're smoking it for 8 to 10 to 12 hours, definitely brisket. If they've got it, burnt ends, which burnt ends is just basically the end piece of the brisket that's been chopped up. It's more of a fatty piece, but the way the fat renders, it's so melt in your mouth, it's just unbelievable. Um, Really, pulled pork if they've got it, or if they do ribs. As a chain restaurant, yeah, I mean, if they've got that, if most of the barbecue places here aren't chains, they're just like a person owns the restaurant, and normally they did barbecue competitions, or they smoked meats over a day and a half period, and then turn it into judges, and they win enough awards, or they consistently place high enough. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna start me a restaurant. So Ohio State. Now I can't. I don't know where to. I don't know where you should go. Like if you find a place that's a smokehouse or something like that, like I would take and go someplace like that. I guess it depends on. Let's see. Like there's some places. Looks like there's quite a few in London, like smokes. Let's see, Smokestack, Texas Joe's, Slow Smoked Meats, Burnt Steakhouse, Bodine's Barbecue. What the fuck? Yeah, all of these, most of these look like they're in London. Well, Pitmaster, which is in Manchester. Really? You don't have anything I can look at on here? Sliced brisket. 100 grams of sliced brisket at Pitmaster. 10 pounds. 150 grams is 15 pounds. 200 grams is $20. 250 grams is $25, and 300 grams is $30. I don't know how. Oh, that's hardly any fucking meat. Oh, yeah, that's expensive as fuck. God damn. 0.22 pounds is fucking $10. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's expensive as shit. Ribs. Oh, Pitmaster burgers. Those look good. Yeah, places like that. God damn, that's expensive. Woo. But from what I'm seeing, just by looking, the places like that looks like legit, barbecue. Ohio State 3rd and 11. Oh, oh, bro, that dude come just unblocked. Like that might have been a screen, but saying had to get rid of that motherfucker. Quick, quick. Yeah, that was a good play. Where are you at exactly? Yeah, you. Where are you at? Frank's Philly cheesesteak. Oh, Romania. Oh, okay. I mean, there's Smokearilla, Texas barbecue. Brisket, 400 grams. I don't know how much 118 LEI is, but that's less than a pound. Jesus Christ. $43. What the fuck? Oh, crap. That's even more expensive. Pork ribs, 550 grams. 78 LEI. Beef ribs, 98 for 600 grams. Fucking hell. Beef cheek. I'm sure that's gonna that'd be tasty. Pork cheek. Let's see. Duck leg. Never seen duck leg on one of our menus, but that sounds like it'd be tasty. Chicken wings, turkey. Let's see. The Texas place: beef marrow, pig ears, pork ribs, brisket, beef cheek, beef ribs, pork cheek, pork sausage with pickles, coleslaw, guacamole, chimichurri, and barbecue sauce. So basically, kitchen sink. 300, 3,170 grams for 619 LEI, which is 142 American dollars. Pork ribs, brisket, beef cheek, pulled pork, pork sausage with pickles, coleslaw, salad, and barbecue sauce. 850 grams for 235 LEI. That's the Houston plate. So y'all do have restaurants there in Bucharest, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Last time me and my family went out for barbecue here, we went to a place in downtown Charleston, which is about a 40-minute ride from here. Let's see. We went to a place called Lewis Barbecue. It cost us almost $200 to eat there. And our kids, we couldn't like we they don't eat like me and the wife do. As far as like they're better with hamburgers and like stuff like that. But it was like $30 a pound for the brisket or $35 a pound for the brisket, and I got a pound and a half of brisket. I'll fucking pay that every fucking time for as good as it tasted. Like that shit was melt in your mouth. Good. Like they took and give me a burnt end to try, and it was so just succulent and melt in your mouth and so good that it was like heaven in your mouth. Like it's expensive, but if it's done right and done well, I don't give a fuck. I'm paying it. So Arch was almost sacked there. Ohio State's here to play. That defense is no fucking joke. Oh, no doubt. Like I'd put American barbecue or and Cajun food against any cuisine in the world. Any. I imagine so. That's not cheap. But I'd put American barbecue, like smoked barbecue and Cajun food, two American two different American cuisines against I think probably any cuisine in the world. Hands down. Give me a good gumbo, jambalaya, crawfish etouffee, um, shit, even some of the other like it's just ugh. I could eat that shit every day my entire life. So we've got a nothing score. It's almost the end of the first quarter. Oh. There we go. We got Sand Smith. We got the connection started. Jeremiah Smith, 5-star recruit. Last year with Ryan Williams of Alabama. Like those two set the college football world on fire. Extremely talented. Both of them playing at 17 years old against players that have been in the you know playing against juniors and seniors on the opposite side of the field. Ohio State's starting to take and move the ball down the field. I Texas can't let them. They can't let them get too comfortable. They can't let them take and start gaining some confidence, especially that quarterback. They got to start putting him on his ass and on his back just a little bit. End of the first quarter. Yeah, I'm much better with my much better with the college football stuff for fantasy sports purposes. The blue and yellow lines show the line of scrimmage and the first down. Blue lines line of scrimmage, yellow lines first down. So they take and get they get that yellow line between first and fourth down. They get a new set of downs. So and that's only they only show that on TV to take and show you where the line of gain is. Yeah, 10 yards. Well, the blue line will take and move if they don't hit that 10 yards. So you'll take and see the blue line and then the yellow line, and they're like 6 foot apart. Oh, these fucking commercials. We know what who's in the Big Ten. There's no need to remind us. Well, I don't know. The people that are watching in my Discord aren't going to know more than likely. So yes, and if they don't take and most time if they don't take and hit make the first down after the third down play, they'll take and punt. And then the opposite team gets to take and try their hand at getting 10 yards and 4 downs. Yeah, and lose possession. Yep. A lot of the successful teams will take and if they don't take and get the multiple sets of possessions or multiple sets of downs within a possession, a lot of times if they'll take and wind up scoring a touchdown. Yeah, exactly what Scott said. Better to concede possession instead of risking it on fourth down. Which is why on the first possession of the game, Texas 2 fourth down plays they took and run. They tried getting the first down in a new set of tried getting a new set of downs and wound up conceding possession right at about the half field mark. So we're starting to see a little bit of life coming out of the Ohio State offense as they've started to settle down some. Now they're getting into the rhythm of the game. They're getting the quarterback and the running backs into a rhythm, finding some running lanes. Bro, that offensive line is fucking killer. They're giving that man all kind of time back there. They got to take and they're gonna have to take and put some pressure on Say and disrupt him a little bit. My thing is, Texas, their defensive coordinator. You got to find ways to either disguise your coverage or he needs to attack a little bit more. A little bit of trickery here, play action. Oh, man was on him like a fucking curtain or like a blanket, just hanging on the back of that son of a gun. Oh, that's fucking awesome coverage, dude. Nah, that's bro. That there's no reason to call anything on that. Like seriously. And their fans will be complaining if that's called, then later on if Ohio State player gets called for the same type of fucking play. Uh, up till now it's been even, to be honest with you. Ohio State's on a bit of a run. Up, 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 up. Oh, whew, that was dangerous. So we got 4th and 4. So Ohio State marched most of the way down the field. Now they've got to decide that they take and go for. Where's the flag for? You wait till after the play to call the fucking face mask? Are you fucking serious? Oh yeah. No, that's you're a fucking dude, you're fucking stupid. You're gonna it's one thing to get a hands to the face charge, right? That's a 10-yard penalty. Alright. But that can be you can get away with that sometimes because it's in the the course of the fucking play. Especially whenever the play of field has changed from where you're at and they're no longer looking at you as hard. You ripped the motherfucker's helmet off. What the fuck? You can't do that, dumbass. So, new set of downs for Ohio State. We got Peoples trying to take and run. And he got 6 inches, maybe? That was hella late. No, a fumble's whenever a player is running or is running with the ball and the ball gets knocked out. That's a fumble. That if the quarterback has the ball and the ball gets ripped out of his hand and it falls to the ground, like that'd be considered a fumble. What do you mean that? That's a fucking that's a catch. Well, normally that would be a catch, but bro, Texas is shooting themselves in the fucking foot. You can't. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a hold. I mean, if you're gonna be a cornerback and you're gonna take and hold the opposing wide receiver, you got to be on the motherfucker's hip for it not be called because then it'd be considered hand play, right? It'd be hand fighting basically. That right there, when you grab the motherfucker's jersey, as he's getting past you and you can see it fucking stretch, you're gonna get called every fucking time, dumbass. You got a referee conference here going on. Okay, so I guess after video review of where the foul happened or something, or where it should be moved to. Yeah, there's a lot of rules and fouls and well, I say penalties that can happen. There's proper ways of blocking, like you can't block somebody's feet out from up underneath them. That's from the side. That's a chop block. That's an illegal block. You can't hold on. You offensive linemen, they can't hold on to the defensive player's jersey. Like that's holding for the like unless it's once they try to get past them, they can't continue holding the jersey. I should say there's holding on every play if they wanted to call it, but there's a lot of rules, a lot of fucking rules. Uh oh, first down. Oh, it's gonna be first and goal for the fucking Buckeyes here. We've really, bro, they are driving down, and Texas shooting themselves in the foot with the penalties twice in this possession has not helped whatsoever. Maybe 3 yards before. I tell you what, this Ohio State offense, they get going. Uh, Texas is gonna have to really tighten up. They have to cut down the mental mistakes too. Another, yeah, nah, that's maybe a yard. So it's about to be third and goal with like 2 yards to go. Yeah, that those two flags just they it gives so much life. I mean, and Ohio State was driving before they took and put up a stand, but that face mask penalty giving them extra life, and then that hold, man, that's any momentum your defense might have just gets murdered at that point. I might want to take your water break now. They or a water run now. They just called timeout, so we're about to have some ads. No, no, it's not going to be a Texas barbecue. Uh, we're hoping for a Texas barbecue, but it's looking like a Texas cremation if they keep taking and playing like this shit. Your last name is Manning. Your your grandpa took and played in the fucking league and is a legend. The fuck ain't nothing changed your life but your daddy's good fortune and y'all's good genes. Yeah, here about 2:30, I'll probably wind up wrapping this up. Unfortunately, because I've got to take and get ready to go to my stepdad's. But um, so probably about 2:45 ish, right before 3. Now it was a that was a there was a commercial with Arch Manning and then his grandpa Archie, who he's named after. As the Manning family, their genes are just for football are just unmatched. It seems like for quarterback. Thank you, Marja. Appreciate it. I didn't think there'd be anybody to take and watch past the Premier League games. I know for the college football portion of this is mostly for me and whoever decides they want to stick around. I'm trying to take and get more into the sports that are over there, but also want to take and show off, and explain to or chit chat with folks by giving the opportunity to take and watch the our brand of football. Texas got to stand tall on this one now. Back against the wall. It's third and goal, so they better tighten up. Maybe try to hold them to a field goal. I'd rather take and hold a team to a field goal and only be down by 3 than be down by 7 starting off. Three straight runs. Really? All right. I mean, not much variance on that. It seems like maybe a short cross or something like that. At the very least, I can understand it. You don't want to take and pull a Seattle versus New England type play, so they're going for it. Fourth and goal. And there we go. Touchdown, Ohio State. What's up, El Doof? Cheese and crisps. Sound good. Got 6-0 Ohio State, and then field goal to tack it on and make it 7 here in a second. Bruh, they just run ramshod. Like, granted, 2 penalties helped out, but they marched down the field 80 yards. Bro, that's well, I looked on FanDuel real quick to see how my lineups are doing. How the fuck is Mississippi State tied with Southern Miss? Like Mississippi State's much in the better conference, but it would seem like with the upgrade in talent, the Mississippi State would be doing better. But no, no, no. Oh, see, last year we didn't see anything with Arch Manning as far as for the name, image, or likeness stuff, ads or anything. Now this is a second ad. Oh, this is going to be the year of Arch. I can see it now. Every fucking college game is going to have Arch Manning ads. No, most college athletes with NIL endorsements are at the local level or a state level. This is the fucking national level. That's insane. That motherfucker is making some moolah moolah. He'll probably make more money his last 2 years in college than his first 2 or 3 years in the NFL. Okay, I like that commercial. The Gladiator, get everybody with the phones out. Yeah, that's funny. Man, you scammed to win. I mean, what would any football game be? I don't care if it's Premier League or American football. What would any football game be without some kind of shenanigans or ref interference? Maybe. So did the refs give Man U the win? Like how'd that happen? Let's see if Texas can answer here. We got 8 minutes before halftime. Oh, a designed run for Manning. Oh, Arch has some wheels. Okay. 8 yards on the 9 yards. They give him 9 yards on that. All right. That's a little bit favorable, in my opinion. I think he stepped out about 8 yards, 7.5, but I mean he got some wheels he can run. Fuck it, run him. And first down, Texas. All right, so maybe Texas can get something going here and answer back before halftime because you don't want to go down. You don't want to go into the locker room at halftime being down a score or two. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, throwing wise, I'm not that impressed with Arch so far. That one was damn near to the dirt. We got 2nd and 10 here. They've got is Chad Morris their fucking offensive coordinator? There's been like 4 passes to the sidelines behind the line of scrimmage, and that's a Chad Morris move right there. Their their offensive coordinator needs to open the fucking playbook up for Arch, and maybe take a chance downfield. We got 3rd and 3. They're on 40. Looks like 43.5 yard line. Arch gonna have to take and run with it again. Oh, that's first down. God damn, he got knocked on his ass though. That should be about a first down because he crossed that fucking. Bro, he got launched. That was, whew. Yeah, you missed a touchdown run by Ohio State. Texas has the ball now. They're just before the 50-yard line. What the fuck was that, dude? Dude, he's double covered. Like, there's on that motherfucker like white on rice. Why are you gonna throw it to him? And to be honest with you, that was underthrown a little bit. I'd watch for number 8 coming off the no. Now they're going. No, he got back to the line of scrimmage. You're gonna run it on 2nd and 10. And it's not like you're gonna take and do a delay or anything like that. You're just gonna hand it to him, put it right in his fucking stomach, be like, all right, get some yards. You got to do a delay or you got to take and do a fucking a counter on something like that. 3rd and 10. Oh! God damn it! Bro. I don't understand their fucking offensive coordinator! How? You're gonna take in 3rd and 10. They've been coming after him all fucking game so far on 3rd downs when it's passing. And you're gonna take and call a play that's gonna take a minute for anybody to. Why? Bro, what the fuck? Yeah, no, you can body check somebody to take them down. Like, that's the offensive coordinator for Texas is not. He's not impressing me so far. On 3rd and 10, whenever thus far into the game, they've come after your quarterback and passed the situations on 3rd and 10. You don't take and call a play that's going to take a minute, more than 2 seconds to fucking develop. You do fucking crosses. You do slants. Right? You take and do a wheel. You have your running back come out on a fucking wheel route or something like that. They rushed 6 people on that fucking play. Bruh. Yeah. Yeah, the escape key went flying. Yeah. No, the offensive coordinator. So you got the head coach. You got an offensive coordinator who either calls the offensive plays or who suggests the offensive plays to the head coach to call into the quarterback. The players, the quarterbacks have headsets and built into the actual helmets themselves, so they'll take and call the plays into the quarterback. If the quarterback doesn't have, used to they had plays on the wrist, and some of them still do that they can reference to for like audibles and stuff like that. But the offensive coordinator or the head coach will take and call a play in to the player. So you got head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, offensive line coach, running backs coach, wide receiver coach, tight end coach, and you got defensive line coach, linebacker coach, cornerback coach, and that's all. That's your coaching. Like that's all the coaches that you got. The head coach is the one that runs it all, but the offensive and defensive coordinator is called the offensive and defensive plays. Well, they're talking to Huddle. They talk. Yeah, they the best coaches right now probably Ohio State, Texas, Alabama, and Georgia. Georgia's head coach has 3 national titles as a head coach, like 3 national titles as a defensive coordinator. Ryan Day has one national championship. Steve Sarkisian has one as an assistant coach or offensive coordinator. The Gamecocks coach is a fucking motivator. He reminds me of Dabo Sweeney. They're great. They're great motivators. They got to have some pretty decent coordinators so they can have any fucking chance of success during the season. I love Waterboy, bro. It's gonna be a long day for Texas. Yeah, we about to. So we've got 2 straight runs from Ohio State. Yoda, the problem with Bama last year was the quarterback. Just full stop. We had a running back who can throw the ball, so we put him at quarterback. Like I like Milrow, his mindset and everything else like that. Boy is supremely talented, but he's a fucking running back. There's no way in hell he should ever try to take and run a fucking offense. So y'all almost won because we had a shit quarterback and a not great offensive coordinator, to be honest with you. Now we've got Grubb in, who is a proven offensive play caller. Oh, that's that's a hell of a catch right there. Tippy toes on the fucking sidelines. Third and got a new set of downs now for Ohio State, bro. Texas is gonna have to figure something the fuck out. These boys are gonna eat them. They're gonna be walking them like a dog by the end of the game. Like it's just it's funny because for the longest time the SEC was the conference to beat. Everybody's been recruiting players that could play in the SEC. Now the parity is a lot less. So that's they extended that play. Oh, so they got to stop the line of scrimmage. But yeah, that's the reason why y'all almost had us last year. I think it's a little bit different this year. I'm gonna try to make the game in Columbia this year because we play Carolina at Carolina, and I'm gonna try to make it to that game. How many touchdowns you get per match? It depends. It depends. Some games you might get 3 or 4 for per team. You have a score like 28 to like 21, so that'd be 4 touchdowns and extra points for one team, and 3 touchdowns and extra point for another. And you've got games where it's like 56 to 45, so you got like 15 fucking touchdowns total between the two teams. So it all depends. About to hit a 2 minute warning here. We got 3rd and 10. Let's see if Ohio State can pull another rabbit's foot out the rear end, or see if Texas can shoot themselves in the foot yet again and have another mental error. Yeah, they have to punt this away. Oh yeah, Oh yeah, you'll probably see another couple touchdowns in this match. Now, granted, you do have some matches that are very much more defensive orientated, so you might take and see one or two touchdowns total and a couple of field goals. You might see a match that's nothing but field goals. Like you still get those every so often, but this one, both teams are so talented. You should probably see another couple touchdowns from each team. Of course, I get the red zone thing from YouTube TV, and they go down on price. Of course, I I'm gonna be honest with you, Yoda. Like Sellers is if they're able to take and if they're able to take and put him in good situations all season, y'all will be dangerous as shit because he is talented as hell. Oh yeah, it's definitely smaller. Yeah, I'm sure if you used to take and put the a rugby ball beside of one of our footballs, y'all probably have about that much more on it. Now we got more commercials. Let's see if Texas can't get a score going into the halftime. U.S. style pancakes. There's not many things better in the morning for breakfast than a pancake. Hell, waffles will work too. Last preseason Heisman favorite to win the award, Matt Leinart. All right, let's see if Arch can't put together a possession here. Where the fuck are you throwing? He's not impressed me with his passing yet. No. Cannot kick the ball forward. That'd be a that would be a fumble. The only way you're gonna kick the ball forward is is if you're kicking a field goal. It has to be thrown. Has it either be a field goal or a punt. to the other team. I tell you what, Ohio State getting Matt Patricia as a defensive coordinator, so him going from the NFL to the college game and running some of these schemes, like they're 3rd and 8 for Texas. Oh, little shovel pass. You got to take and go for it now. 4th and what, 4? You're gonna have to take and go for it. Yeah, need good quarterbacks. 4th and 3. Yeah, you got to go for it. It's fucking second. It's the second quarter. You're gonna be you got to be trying to take and get something on the board before halftime, so you don't go down to don't go into the halftime a full possession down. Now it's going to be interesting to see here what happens. Like, can they put something together? And Alex, you're right. Like, I think part of it is the talent of the Ohio State defense. Like, they've got if the players didn't transfer in, most of their players 2 and 3 year starters, along with rather talented players that are freshmen and sophomores being rotated in, and Texas Arch Manning. This is his first year as the starting quarterback of Texas, and they've got a new offensive. Like they broke in like they're breaking in 3 players on the offensive line. So it's there's a reason for that, and I get it. But for as ballyhooed and talented as Arch Manning is, like some of his throws have just been seem to be short armed, or they've been off the mark to the point of like, what? Why? Where are you throwing it to? Oh, so they just punted it. Okay. Now we're just gonna see. Basically, we're gonna see probably Ohio State kneel to run the clock out before halftime. Maybe a running play. Um, but I'm not impressed so far with Arch Manning. Granted, it's his first time as it's not his first time starting for Texas, but I'm just not impressed with the passes I've seen from him. He doesn't look all that accurate. Let's see. Well, on the offense, it's the quarterback is who calls the plays out on the field. Now you do have the offensive lineman will take and let the other offensive lineman know the protections a lot of times along the line, especially if there's an audible called. On the defense, normally you've got the one of the linebackers or a safety that is basically the captain or quarterback of that position group, or excuse me, of the defense, and they'll take and call out any adjustments and audibles or positions that need to be, players that need to move positions and stuff like that. But it's basically the quarterback and then one player on defense that'll take and make adjustments as needed or call out the plays. So Bro, this was all the Ohio State fans doing the horns down. Now, as far as positions, like the offensive line, you got left tackle, left guard, center, right guard, right tackle, and the center is the one that snaps the ball to the quarterback. And normally they take and block the defensive tackle or one of the defensive linemen that's right in front of them. The two guards, the inside uh, offensive linemen, they they just block mostly whoever's in front of them unless somebody stunts around from the outside. And the offensive tackles normally they take and block defensive ends and linebackers. So, like it's yeah, there's a lot more going on. Like I've seen so many people taking and say, "Oh yeah, there's not as much going on with y'all." No, there's way more stuff going on that people fucking give it credit for. There's way more strategy involved with football, American football here, than people give it credit for. Way fucking more. It's very much a game of chess. American football is very much a game of chess because for every offensive, like you'll see certain, like there's some teams that defensively the coaching is so good that if the offensive calls an audible, you'll see a defensive audible to take and match to try to stop whatever the offense is doing. Like it's very much cat and mouse, very much chess plays that are done, and it's a game of inches, not feet. So there's a lot of stuff that I see from people outside the U.S. talking about American sports, whether it be football or baseball, because people don't realize that baseball there's strategy involved in that shit too. All There's strategy in basketball too, but it's I don't know if it's there's a lot of changes on the fly in basketball between the defensive rotations and stuff like that. That's kind of hard to keep up with at times. No, it doesn't. Yeah, there's more fluidity in the bit of. Oh shit. So Tennessee is not falling off. Let's see. I don't have any. Got I got two lineups on FanDuel that are in the money, but most of my lineups for DraftKings are still developing, to say the least. All right, so we got halftime. This will be about 10 minutes. Um, We're gonna take and get the. They're gonna take and show scores and stuff like that from around the country for the college football. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, let me check in and see what Patrol Nation's doing. Let's see. Patrol Nation is still. Let's see what his levels are like for Patreon membership options. Jesus. I'm gonna have to go back through and rewatch through Patrol Nation's live stream, see how he does the play calling and stuff like it on his. So Patrol Nation taking. He seemed. Yeah, we have way too many ads. God damn. Now we're getting the pundits taking and talking about what's going on in the game, and it's like we can all see what the fuck's happening. Talking about Alabama, heard Alabama was so good, and all he'd seen them do was lose last year. Like that hurts my feelings. The fuck. So yeah, for whenever like if you watch me and you've never looked up Patrol Nation, he's an entertaining fella. I like watching his stuff as well. All right. Are y'all not going to show any highlights from what's going on around the fucking country and the football games? Like what the fuck? Yeah, nope. I'm guessing. Okay, here we go. Finally, bro. That's all we need is for Tennessee fans to think their team is good this year. They're playing Syracuse. And a Syracuse is replacing a quarterback, running back, wide receiver, defensive line. Like what the fuck? Gotta love the exuberance from that Mississippi or that Southern Miss head coach. Southern Miss used to be a perennial, like they weren't yearly ranked, but they were yearly a really good team for someone that's, for a squad that's not like the SEC or another major conference. So for them to take and be decent again will be good because the Power Five teams that they play, they'll take and give a better competition to. Purdue at Ball State. Oh my God. That's a pretty pass. Right in stride, too. Holy shit. Northwestern at Tulane. Boy, Tulane takes a lot of people by surprise now. 20-3 at halftime over Northwestern. Are you? Holy cow, dude. I mean, Tulane did get the former BYU quarterbacks. I mean, but at the same point in time, holy crap. Oh, nice one-headed cat. But they're playing Duquesne. I mean, that's not nobody too good. 34-6 over Duquesne. That's eh. Navy passes the ball. They don't just run it. Oh, I was about to say triple option right there. I was about to say, good Lord. Can't be letting you're playing Toledo. Like we can't be letting Kentucky think they're good either. They might get some confidence and then think they got something to watch other than basketball before basketball season starts. All right, I think I'm gonna end this here. Like this been fun. Hell, I've been doing this for almost 6 hours at this point. I need to take me a shower. I gotta get ready to take and go within the next hour to my stepdad's house. Watch Bama take and play Florida State. I wanted to take and do it all the way through, but I got shit I got to take and kind of do before I do go because I gotta find me some clean clothes to go over there. I'm gonna dig some clothes out. I gotta take me a shower. I gotta check on the wifey and kiddos, and so I'm gonna end this here. I hope y'all have enjoyed this. I've enjoyed the shit out of it. Hope you have a good day. Y'all be good to each other. Love yourselves. Peace.